Welcome back to RPG Archive. We got a hell of a show today. We're doing Dragon Quest XI, Echoes of an Elusive Age. It's the most recent Dragon Quest they've come out with. It's definitely probably the biggest. I guess maybe 10 is bigger because it's got like 50 different expansions to it. But anyway, regardless, we have with us as usual Teddy from Major T and Captain Keaton. How's that been going?
Oh, exposed! I am Captain Keaton. Yes, I have been interviewing people about their experience, such as our good friend here, who's also on screen, Brian of I Got Kings.
Hey, Captain Keaton, Teddy. Hey, RBG Archive, Spencer. How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on to discuss one of my favorite games. One of the best games released in the past 10 years, I think.
Yeah, it could be. Brian, what have you been up to, man? I see that you're streaming on Twitch and just like uploading the streams to YouTube.
Yeah, that's basically what I do since I went on Twitch. So I just basically stream, play games. It's nothing edited like you guys do, so it's just straight gameplay for how many hours I'm playing a game. So it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
But it's a lot for my as I get older, I'd like to have these catalogs so I can look back at it and say, oh, I played through that game. I played through that game. I can kind of see how I did something if I forget or if I just want to relive something. Because it's not edited, like I said.
Yeah. Well, you're always fun to watch. My favorite thing about you, Brian, is that you read all the comments. Like there'll be when people because you stream it live, so people can like leave comments while you're playing, and you'll actually read them all, and it's so fascinating because everyone's so different, but you take the time to read them all, and it's
I try
yeah.
to, because I mean, I try to do that, but sometimes I get lapsed behind as I'm playing. Because if
Oh
I'm
yeah.
playing like something and like it's a hard part and I have to really concentrate, that it could scroll and then I miss something.
Mhm.
But I try my best.
He also makes his own
I always like to
songs
troll
that
you.
are remakes of the Dragon Quest theme songs. Do do do.
Oh
Going to
yeah.
play Dragon Quest 2. I love when you do that.
Yeah, I do that one. Yeah, I did one with sneezing feeling so good for the ship theme in Dragon Quest Six. Like, why does sneezing feel so very good? Do, 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 why do you sneeze? And it feels so great. Something like that. I have a clip of that someone clipped for me.
Well,
I sing.
make sure that if you want to hear more of those awesome songs, you go to Brian's channel. But I've already talked about it with Teddy plenty, but Brian, what does Dragon Quest mean to you? When did you get started? Are you how big of a fan are you? I think we can guess at this point, but go ahead, Brian. What's Dragon Quest to you?
Dragon Quest is the first RPG I ever played, other than maybe Zelda 2. I think I talked to Captain Keaton, Teddy, about this. I can't remember which it was, but it was up there for the first traditional JRPG I ever played. I never played anything like it. Was fascinated by it, so I have those memories of like learning how to do it, and like because all I played before was platformers. There's something about Dragon Quest that keeps me. If I'm in a bad mood in life, like I can replay a Dragon Quest game and I feel better. And as weird as that sounds, I've gone through multiple points in my life where I feel down, and it's helped me through that. Dragon Quest is just a comfort for me. There's the music, the look of the monsters, the simple stories, the like fairy tale-ness of it. It just makes me happy.
Rock on, man. Yeah, I think we can all agree with that.
hmm I think a lot of people who get into Dragon Quest feel that way too about the series. Some people don't, and it just doesn't stick with them. For me and many others, it's just something that's always been there for me in my life. Um, I started, I played Dragon Quest One, got it. Dragon Quest 3 and 4, I borrowed from my friends, and I was 12, 13 at the time when Dragon Quest 4 came out, because 3 and 4 came out in '92, the same year. Um, and then from there, I had to wait till I was 21 to play the next Dragon Quest, and that was 7. So between 13 and 21, that's a huge development in your life. And I remember that in my first job when Dragon Quest 7 was announced, Dragon Warrior 7, being so excited. I remember going down to, in Pittsburgh, there was this little like arcade like a shop, not like an arcade, but there was this shop with like an escalator going up, and there was like some arcade. I mean, like different shops, like a mall almost. And then I bought it in like a Sam Goody or something there. But I remember getting it, coming back to work, and like just sitting at my desk and reading the manual and like hoping somebody would see it and like come over and talk to me about it. But nobody did. On my whole life until I met you guys and my one friend at school, I never had anybody to talk about Dragon Quest with. And I always felt like, you know, it's nice that the internet is here to meet other people who like Dragon Quest, because there's a lot of people out there that do, and I think they feel the same way. And this series doesn't get the recognition it should get over here, and it's kind of sad that it's not as well liked over here as I feel it should be.
I have a question.
Well, we're definitely
about
going to be talking more about that. Oh, go ahead, Teddy.
I don't want to. We don't have to go too tangential, but you know, especially with Akira Toriyama passing recently, and like the resurgence and like the respect being paid. You know, I see the kids like they know Dragon Ball. They've watched Dragon Ball. They watch Z. They watch all the spin-offs. I watched Dragon Ball growing up. I like Spencer knows friends that watched Dragon Ball. What was the conversation around Dragon Ball like for you? Were people aware of other Toriyama works?
The first Toriyama thing I ever saw was not Dragon Ball, but Dragon Warrior anime. I was playing. This is before Dragon Warrior 3 came out. I played Dragon Warrior 1 only. I was at my cousin's birthday party. We were down in the basement. I woke up early before everybody, and I turned on the TV for cartoons on Sunday or Saturday. 5 o'clock in the morning, a cartoon came on. I wouldn't know anime then. It was called Dragon Warrior, and I knew Dragon Warrior, so I listened to it. And it was the guy looked like Goku. He was Abel, the hero Abel, and it was like all about. It was that anime that we got over here for a brief period, but they didn't license the music from Sugiyama or any of the art, so it only lasted 13 episodes. So I caught it that one time growing up when I was like 11 or 12 or 10, and I never seen it until the internet later. They used music from Dragon Warrior 3 before it was even out in America. So they used that music. So that was the first time I heard Dragon Warrior 3 music. So that was the Toriyama I ever saw, was that Dragon Warrior anime. And then later on I was in junior high, not junior high, as junior in high school, Dragon Ball Z started airing really, really early in the Saturday mornings, like 6 o'clock or something. And I caught like part of the Saiyan arc when Gohan gets kidnapped and Piccolo, Goku meets Piccolo. And that was the second Toriyama stuff I've seen. So I've seen those two things. They kind of were similar, but I never put it together that it was Toriyama. It wasn't until much later that I found out about Toriyama. And that lasted. Dragon Ball Z ran from, like, I saw that in 11th, 12th grade, probably 12th grade. And I went to college for 2 years, and it was running the whole way. I was in late high school to college. And I used to talk to two kids on the bus ride into college. Larry and Lawrence, they were twins, and they were really big into Dragon Ball. And we used to discuss all the episodes that the Frieza saga was going on. We were so excited. And then they'd restart it back at the Saiyan saga, and you have to wait for a long time for it to catch up, if you remember that. But that was my first Toriyama experience, those two cartoons, or the animes.
All right. Well, it's clear we're going to have a lot of knowledge from you, Brian. So I can't wait to get into it. Because Brian is so old that he remembers when Yggdrasil was known as the World Bush. So
I remember the Yggdragon. I'm that old.
All right. You guys ready to get started?
Let's do it.
All right. Let's start with the development. It began in 2013, and it was officially announced in 2015. It was going to be on the PS4, the Switch, and a Windows version, and a 3DS version. The 3DS version would only be released in Japan, but the other versions would all eventually make their way out here. But it would start with just the PS4. And did the Windows version come out here when it went on release? It did, right?
Yeah, it did. Steam was out as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or the non-definitive, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what were you guys thinking when Dragon Quest was initially announced, Dragon Quest 11? Like, where were your thoughts about the series at the time?
Can I go first for this one?
I don't. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
2013 was an interesting time to be a Dragon Quest fan because the 3DS had just come out in 2011, and Japan was getting many Dragon Quest games at that time, a lot of which kind of were under the radar, we weren't aware of. And Dragon Quest XI was looking to be another one of those Japan-only titles. So we had gotten ones on the DS previously, and we had been showered with a lot of love in that way. But there was a question about, are we going to get Dragon Quest XI? You know, the 7 remake had happened at that point, or maybe a little after. And it wasn't until a lot of clamor that we eventually got it, as well as the 8 remake. So honestly, I was more excited at that time for the 7 and 8 remasters as a 3DS fan, but even the idea of the 11 game on 3DS was really exciting. It was a unique standalone title from the other 2 games. And I wouldn't say I'm remorseful or sad that we never got it here. I think there's plenty of great ways to enjoy it now. But for the time, I think that to me was the conversation, is like, are we even going to get this? And so that eventually for me, I would say kind of fizzed out just because of the other titles and how I was still getting into more of the mainline games. And 11 kind of just seemed like a massive undertaking that I didn't know if I was ready for. I felt that way for a long time.
Brian?
Yeah, I was like Teddy. I was hoping we were getting the 7 and 8 remakes on 3DS. I wasn't even thinking about 11. I heard about it, but I wasn't following. It wasn't even in my mind that it would come over here, because I just, when Dragon Quest in the West, and we rarely get we don't get all the games right away. So I figured if we get it, maybe I wasn't holding hopes up. So I was really hoping for the 7 and 8 remakes to be announced. And I was really happy for that. And then later on, when I heard we did get 11, I was really excited. So I actually took some days off of work to play it. And so that's how I found out about it. I wasn't really following development of it in Japan or anything. I heard it came out, but that's about it. I didn't want to get my hopes up too much, basically.
I gotta say, I was completely thrilled with the idea of it coming to PS4, because they did the handheld 9. And then 10 was on the Wii. It was later on PC, but obviously in Japan only. And then it was on the Wii, and I can't stand that console. I for a while there, I actually thought that Dragon Quest was going to be relegated to like a mobile platform, or just be like a smaller game. And I was very sad about that. And then when they announced it was coming to PS4, I said, finally, like a major console release. Thank God. I my head was already brewing with like open world, which we can talk more about later. Like these big, like, a fully realized Dragon Quest where even the world map was so detailed you could explore, just exploring with that. And ironically, I think I would actually have gotten more out of Elden Ring in that aspect than this game, but at the time I was super thrilled with just the concepts of like a fully 3D, fully open world, fully realized Dragon Quest game, because 8 was close. In fact, I would say 8 at the time of release was probably that what was like a fully realized Dragon Quest game, but this would be like way next gen fully realized. So I had really high hopes.
In a lot of ways, 8 is a lot more open than 11.
That's so funny you say that. I was going to make that argument later as well.
We can get to that later. Yeah.
When it comes to realizations, though, I mean, and we'll get to it later, but this one, I wouldn't say it realizes open world, but it does realize elements of the series that, maybe I wouldn't say have been neglected, but just hadn't been fully realized. And just a footnote on announcements. So the game was started development in 2013, announced in 2015. And it wasn't until April 2017 when the game was revealed for Japan, or when the special presentation released about the different versions. and the release date was, I think, July 29th, 2017. That same year was when they announced the international version, which would be released in 2018.
Yeah, it's an interesting video, Yuji Horii. You can watch it. He comes out with like a briefcase or something, and he's like sits down and he says, announcing Dragon Quest XI will be released in something. I forget what it was. If I'm thinking of the right one, and then he like somebody calls him and he like packs up a slime or something, and he walks out with a briefcase. It's kind of funny video. If I'm thinking of the right one when they announced it.
We'll have to check it out. So the just as a side note, Orca Inc. would help with the 3D version, and the 3DS version was worked on by Arte Piazza, who did a lot of the ports for Dragon Quest.
Mm-hmm.
I looked up Orca Inc. because we talked about Arte Piazza before, but I looked up Orca Inc. and I couldn't really find anything. I found an Orca that made games from like the 80s, and that was it. I highly doubt that's the same company. And maybe it is, and they just help with games now or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know, but I didn't want to use it because it just seemed very unrelated. So that's all I could really get out of Orca. Cool name, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's the apex predator.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so old. I've been to SeaWorld when they were around, so.
There you go. You're not allowed to like SeaWorld anymore, Brian.
I know. I can't.
Apparently they're evil. All right. I found an interview with Yuji Horii with Forbes magazine. So I'm going to read a couple quotes from him. He says, I certainly think that the Dragon Quest games, and remember this is translated and probably there's typos in here as well. I certainly think that the Dragon Quest games that people have the strongest memories and nostalgia for are the original trilogy of games. Since the 5th game, we haven't really depicted the main character as being the hero, though we have had a few curveballs thrown in of what you think the character could be, such as the hero's father or something like that. So for the 11th game, we really want to go back to the roots of the series and make it a solid hero character story. That ties it back into the original trilogy and the story of Erdrick from the 3rd game. Mm-hmm. In addition, the logo for the 11th game is actually an homage back to the 1st game in the series, except that the dragon in the logo is now facing the opposite direction. So some interesting stuff in there. What do you guys think of the idea that for a while now, your main hero, or at least the main character the player plays as, isn't portrayed as the hero of the series?
I mean, I thought 6 did a good job. 6 kind of went back to 3, and 1, 2, 3, and 4 as being more open, and you were a hero. But maybe he means like a hero connected to something else. I'm not sure. But I think 11 does a good job at like bringing everything back, like references to everything into one big package, which is kind of cool. But I don't quite know what I mean, I guess he meant more of a hero for the first trilogy. I think he kind of sounds like he was talking about, right?
I mean, I get the sense of like in 11, he's the luminary. He's like the big main protagonist with like special powers. I can't really name them as much for 6. For 7, I mean, your little kid with the green hat, I guess.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is there is connections to like the ancient pirates back in time, you know, and even the 8 character seems pretty significant. Obviously 9 is like a aberration in the series, and 10 you can't really count. So, I mean, translation aside, if you want to make your hero more heroic, sure, 11 did that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think like in 5, you weren't the hero. Technically, your son was. So, and your father is looked at as a hero. So that one's a little bit weird. Chapters of the Chosen. Then 4 is what I'm saying. Is I would still say you're the hero, although obviously there's all those other people that get their own spotlight. So I don't fully think I agree with him, but it's his game, so
yeah. I guess
say so, pal.
Like if you are the chosen one, he's destined to be the chosen one. I think the one in 6 is like it could have been anybody. It just happened to be this guy. So maybe he means more destined to be born one, because you are born and you're like when Heliodor is attacked or Thundersoul's attacked. So you are born with the mark. So maybe that it's probably I see what he's saying. Like you are born as the chosen one. Where I think in the other games it's just kind of like
Maybe you have to like earn the hero's
yeah,
title
because
more.
like they said in 5, you're the hero's dad, and you're and then you don't find out about that until later in the game. And like there is a hero, but it's not you. And in 4, you're from Zenithia, part Zenithian, but you're not really. I guess I don't remember about 4 if you're like actually told to be the hero or not. I don't remember anything about that, but could be mentioned somewhere. But yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, he made it, so yeah. What are we doing arguing that?
He made it, so yeah. His next quote: "For Dragon Quest, what's really important at the core is that you become the main character in the story and you experience that story firsthand, as well as that real feeling that as you gain more experience, you're becoming stronger as a character." Now we've talked about that. Teddy and I have talked about that before, where it's like where Yuji Horii says the main character should always be silent because it's supposed to depict you. But maybe that aside, and Brian, you can go first. What is your thoughts on Dragon Quest being the main character and perhaps a silent protagonist?
I like it. I mean, I like that he doesn't always have like stuff to like. I like that he's like I don't know. I just don't mind it. I should say I like it. I never had a problem with it. I mean, like I think it's supposed to be like you projected on yourself. I think he mentioned about doing that, so I don't have a problem with it.
And Teddy?
What do I think about you being the story, Dragon Quest, your story?
Do not mention that. Do not mention that movie.
I'm not talking about the
Despise
movie. I'm
that
talking
movie.
about your life in the video game. See, no, dude, I love this formula. I mean, as a Zelda fan, that's basically the same thing.
Right.
I mean, Link is a placeholder for you, and I buy into it, whether it's a turn-based RPG or a action adventure RPG. You know, I mean, one of my favorite games to do that in is like Etrian Odyssey, because you really feel like you craft the character from the ground up. And Zelda and Dragon Quest, it's a little more predetermined, which is fine. And thankfully, the main characters tend to align with me visually, so like I don't have a problem making that connection. But I think it works. I really do. And at the end of the day, too, when it comes to games like Dragon Quest 11 or even like the original trilogy, which I think is going back to the original quote about the line of Erdrick and the connections there, you are playing yourself, but also in the role of like a historic, like a fabled, historically relevant hero, and that works for me.
Mm-hmm. And it brings out some funny moments too, like in Dragon Quest VIII when you go into the bar and there's a bar fight with Yangus and the hero's just sitting there like looking back and forth at like everything going on, not saying anything. It's kind of funny. And it's just like there's some humorous things that come from that. Like he'll talk but you don't hear him, and that's kind of funny. Like he'll say something and then the other guy will like kind of infer, "Oh, you meant oh, so." He'll talk to somebody.
Okay,
But you
on
don't
that
hear it.
note, though, I will rebuttal this a little bit. I think it's worked really well for the 2D iterations because there was no voice acting. And in Dragon Quest VIII, I didn't really think too deeply about it because the story moves at a good pace. But Dragon Quest XI moves at a snail's pace, and so it is kind of jarring. I wouldn't say it ruins the main character for me, but it is a sticking point that takes me out of the experience a little bit.
What does ruin the main character for me is the flashback when he's a kid and he goes to sleep with his freaking shoes on. What madman goes to sleep with his shoes on?
Psychopath? I don't know.
Time travel's it's up for the air. It's not the best mechanic. Maybe it's self-referential.
I don't know. I've never had a problem with it in any form. But Reddit seems to disagree. I think this series, and perhaps rightfully so, gets construed with anime a lot. Like being a fan of this game, they're like, "Why don't you like Dragon Ball? It's the same thing." It's like, no, it's a cartoon. I like this game because it's a game. But it gets construed a lot, and I think people have a big problem with silent protagonists, and it's becoming less and less of a thing as time goes on. But I disagree. I think it's I see no problem with it, and I like putting myself into the character. But they want them to talk. They want them all to be Cloud Strife, and go like
Yeah.
like Luminary. Thank God you're here, and he's like, totally, I'm the best.
Yeah.
I'm the Luminary.
Yeah.
Like, is that what they
Um,
what?
I think that since voice acting came around, they've seen it in other games and they kind of want it in these other games because they're used to it. But Dragon Quest is one of the originals,
Yeah.
and it's kind of it sticks to that for good or bad. I think it's good. I don't want it to really change a lot. It changes a lot from game to game, but I like that comfort going back to it. I wouldn't mind if they kept like a silent protagonist, me myself, but if they want to go in a different direction, sure. I mean, they're making the game, but I don't have a problem with it. I find it kind of cool.
Here's the thing. I put either 100 or 150 hours into Dragon Quest XI, and my problems are not with the protagonist being silent.
Yeah, I would say that's my least problem. Yeah, that's a good point. I like everybody else has enough voice acting that you don't miss that, and I didn't miss that at all. Like if everybody else was silent, then yeah, but everybody else has so much character in that game that you don't miss, the Luminary not saying, much at all. He does talk as a kid. Hey, mom.
That's
Hi,
true.
Mom.
Yeah.
Hey, mom. Gemma, Gemma painted eyebrows. I painted eyebrows on Sandy.
Gemma, have you seen my donkey? My doggo?
Hori
dear.
continues, the evolution of the hardware is just amazing, and the fact we've come to the stage where we can do open world games like that now is just fantastic. So when I was working on the original Dragon Quest games, we had such a small and limited area for the whole exploration of the world. Back then, you had to fill in the gaps in the game with your imagination. Now, though, I can really put my vision straight into the game. More on that later. He said open world, which really flags me, but I'll continue. Obviously, the 3DS version doesn't use Unreal Engine 4, so in order to make the same game across two very different platforms and middleware, we ended up with two separate teams working on two separate games in parallel. The basic core of the game, the characters and the story, were developed by me, and then we gave that to the two teams. They then set out to make the same game in parallel. So that's got to be some interesting game design of working on two games at the same time that are the same game, but in completely different structures. Brian, you said that you looked up some stuff about this.
Oh yeah. There's a Square Enix interview from 2020, about a few months after or a year or so after Definitive Edition came out for Switch, I think. They were talking about the development of 2D and 3D, and the problems they had, not problems, but how they did the difference between town design in 3D and 2D. And they ran into, they really had to, obviously, you can't display in Heliodor, there's all that you walk across tight ropes onto, tops of buildings and such. In 2D, they had to really do it more vertically, but they had to do that in a 2D plane. You can't see a door behind you, because you're looking top down. So they had to put doors on the side that you couldn't see, but put fences and with barrels, so you can kind of train yourself to go in. Kind of tells to see a door on the side that you can't see. And once you go inside the doors in 2D, it's chops off the building, so you can see inside the building. So it's kind of you still see the overworld outside, but you see just inside. They remove the roof. It's kind of cool. I remember, but they were it's an interesting article. Talking about the differences they had to do to think about building those towns. Mostly, this is about the towns in 2D from 3D, and thinking about vertically. How do we show all this 3D stuff that was built in 3D to be vertical in 2D, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's so many of the towns here, and this game has in my opinion, the best towns of the series.
Mhm.
They're so like elaborate and interesting. And most of them I could see how they could do in 2D. But yeah, there are some in here where, like Heliodor, like you mentioned, where it's like, how would you achieve this in 2D? And it's interesting to hear like them use like game design to figure out how to make that work.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
I haven't seen a trailer for the visual style on 3DS in a while. Is it like, does it look like the Dragon Quest VII remake in terms of the 3D on the
Not
top
as-
screen?
No. No. It's straight 2D like Dragon Quest 6 or Dragon Quest, somewhere between Dragon Quest 6 on Super Nintendo. It looks kind of like that. And you have like, I believe you have. I think it does have the top screen and bottom screen. I haven't played it in a while. I don't actually remember.
From my understanding,
played
it's
it?
3D on the top and 2D on the bottom. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I can't remember. I should have looked it up before I played, but it's been a while. I played the 2D one recently, about a year and a half ago, and it's all 2D. There's no like 3D on the bottom. It's all 2D, but I don't remember if I think it's all like you said, Dragon Quest 7. Like the top, you can like walk. Like
So the top looks kind of like
9.
Maybe a little like 9. Maybe a little bit like 7 too. Like it's kind of behind his back. And then the
Well, the-
bottom screen is the 2D like one
Map.
that you would see in
Yeah.
the S
So-
edition.
yeah, the S edition is the one I was talking about. The 3DS edition, I don't know. I've never played the 3DS.
But the pure 3DS one that only came out in Japan, like the top screen looks like almost like 8, I guess, in that style. And then the bottom screen is the 2D.
Okay, we're talking about the 3DS. I was talking about the S version.
Oh, we'll get to the S version in a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, it's crazy that there's in that one in the 3DS version there's like 2 different games running at the same time,
Right.
which really is
Yeah, they have like so this makes more sense now. It's like a mid 3D kind of look, and then also the 2D, because there's like 3 versions. There's like the 3D, there's like the mid 3D like model, like better than Dragon Quest 9, and it's like a mix of Dragon Quest 7 and 8, like Teddy was saying, like on the 3D or Dragon Quest. It's like a 3D, but it's not like, it's 3DS graphics, but it's better than 9. And then there's like the top down, the 2D one. It's like 3 different versions they did. It's kind of amazing.
so realistically they made this game like 4 times.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody's got to be really sick of this game. Like
Like 3 times. Like it's amazing.
well, because they made the original
Yeah.
3D one.
Uh-huh.
They made a 2D version.
Mm-hmm.
They made the 3DS version
Mhm.
that's more like 8, and then they made the definitive edition, which is actually also different. So they really made it.
I
Like,
think that one's the
9.
same as the 2D one on the 3DS one. I think
that one is, but the 3D version is different.
that one is
It's
completely different,
it's a different scale. Like the graphics are different.
yeah, because they're like 3D, like, but they look like kind of chibi, not chibi, but they look kind of
No. The S edition, the 3D version of the original, is different than the 3D version of the S edition.
Mhm.
It's downscaled because it was made for
Yeah.
the original was made for Windows and PS4, and
Yeah.
then the S edition was actually made for the Switch.
Yeah.
Any
you're
version that
correct.
you play
Mhm.
that isn't on the Switch is just an upscaled version of that.
Yeah, which is
Makes
kind.
it
Yeah,
looks worse.
sorry. Yeah, and it's sad that you can't get the original version on Steam anymore. I don't think they have
Oh,
that
I've
one
got
on there.
I've got plenty to say about
But
that.
because
but
the
we'll save-
original version is so much prettier. I mean, I love
is.
It's my favorite way to play the game, because there's parts of the definitive edition I don't like. We can get to whenever we get there.
Mhm.
That I think kind of slow the game down and kind of ruin a little bit of surprise.
We'll get to that. Yeah, let's save that because
Yeah.
we'll get to that. Those other sections.
Mhm.
To give a more detailed answer about the specifics, we essentially use the advantages and strengths of the 2 platforms in different ways. For example, it's a lot quicker to develop stuff for the 3DS. So what we would do there is get the scenario and story scenes completed and before we started the PS4 version. So if everything was fine at the 3DS stage, we would then go over and do the same part of the scenario on the PS4. On the other hand, with the PS4, it could use Unreal Engine 4, and that makes it much easier to adjust the technical parameters of some of the gameplay. So a lot of the battle scenes and general battle balancing we did on the PS4 first to get it right before we moved it over to the 3DS version. In short, we really exploited the advantages of the two platforms as best we could. So that's really crazy. It almost makes me wonder, like, should you always develop a game like in a really simple format to just get the process right, and then upload it to like what you actually wanted to make on a higher end, like a higher scale? It's an interesting design.
It's interesting. They did something like that with Breath of the Wild too, I think, right? They did the Zelda 2D top-down and like to create like the systems and stuff. So yeah, maybe there's something to starting out simple and moving more complex.
Before we started the 11th game, we actually made a prototype of parts of the third game in Unreal Engine 4. To test out the engine. We obviously had an image in our head of what we wanted the 11th game to look like, but we didn't have any references as to whether that would work on something like the PS4. That's why we took the early part of the third game in the series, such as the first town, first cave, and first tower areas, and recreated those to get an idea of what it might look like. We didn't get that far with it, but that's what we did to get a rough idea of how to proceed. So, boys, somewhere there's a demo of Dragon Quest III in HD in Unreal Engine 4. How exciting is that?
Is it, or are they talking about like the Tickington stuff?
No, this is to test Unreal Engine 4.
Oh, Unreal Engine 4. So there is a like fully realized Unreal Engine style Dragon Warrior 3?
It looks like it's the first town, the first cave, and first tower area. They recreated them in Unreal Engine 4.
Oh,
Well, I'm on Google right now.
Aliahan. That's
Well,
interesting.
I don't know if it ever got released anywhere. Hopefully, that'd be crazy if it got leaked somewhere, because that would be so cool. But it makes me wonder, and we'll talk more about it in a second. But they're releasing obviously 3, maybe more, and HD or 2D HD soon. But somewhere out there, it's actually
It's,
3D HD. which would be
Corey
cool.
has it on his hard drive on his MacBook or whatever somewhere. He plays it at night while he's testing 2D HD 3.
Yeah, well, he's like, those suckers get 2D HD. I'm here with 3D
He's like playing the demo.
Well, so the Wikipedia is saying that the Dragon Quest III, the HD 2D remake, will use Unreal Engine 4. But you're saying it's also
but that's
fully
not-
realized in 3D? The first
Yeah,
cave, first
yeah,
town,
they're-
whatever.
they're- Yeah, they had image of their head. They didn't have any references, and they wanted it to look like the PS4 version. So they made the first town, first cave, and first 2 tower areas.
Well, see, that
look
would
like
be
the 3D
freaking phenomenal. Dragon Quest 3 in the engine of Dragon Quest 11. That would basically eradicate all my problems with Dragon Quest 11.
It was- I don't know about that, but that would be. I want them all to move over to this engine. That would be super cool. And
Well, that'd be nice, but I still like the 2D. I still like 2D as well. I don't think this is an interesting case. I don't think we'll ever get a 2D version of the newer games anymore because it sounds like it was a ton of work to do this, and I don't think they want to go through that again. I'm guessing.
well, my thing is like with the old Dragon Quest, we already have the 2D versions, the ones that exist
true.
already. So like, why not bring them to 3D? And now you have both.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's a
But,
lot of work to do 3D stuff, so you'd have to wait. With games now, you'd have to wait years and years and years for the next
Mhm.
one. That's the only downside. Where 2D, you can get them out pretty, frequently.
It just
So
depends.
as these games get bigger,
Go ahead, Brian.
oh no, I was just saying as these games get bigger, 12. I don't expect to see 12 anytime till I'm like 50. So that's way down. That's it's not a joke. I mean, that's only 5 years away. I think 12 could be another 5 years away. So when I'm 50,
I
I'll
doubt
probably
that.
see.
I think you'll see it
12.
sooner than that, Brian. I think you'll be.
Oh, that'd be great. I'm
I think
just
you'll be a
saying.
fresh
Like,
49.
yeah. But no. Good. Sorry, Teddy. Go ahead.
I don't remember.
Okay, never mind.
Who's the old one now? It's me.
He continues, and this is the last quote from this part of the interview. One of the big characteristics of Unreal Engine 4 is that the designers and other developers can get a lot of their early prototyping work done on their own. However, in the end, that won't be suitable for the final product. So the feel of the gameplay and the general way it works and runs means that you need to bring in a programmer to make the final version. There are still a lot of blueprints to use, though. So, a lot of fun discussion about the development of the game. I grabbed a couple other quotes from him that appeared later. He talks about other stuff after that, but he says his favorite character in Dragon Quest XI probably has to be Veronica, though a lot of the team likes Sylvia, who I assume is Sylvando, but we're not sure how to depict him in English, so it doesn't those feminine ways of speaking like in Japanese. I think it means
Doesn't communicate those feminine ways, something like that.
Yeah, I think there was a typo. So I imagine it will have to be done in the way he speaks and the tone as well as the accent, maybe. Without getting too much into the characters, what were your guys' favorite characters?
Well, I'll say a favorite.
Yeah.
I liked Eric a lot and Jade, I guess. Although Rab is probably like a close third, but not to use. I just think like thematically, I think Eric is kind of cool. Like he's one of the first guys you run into in terms of depiction, in terms of translations and performance, like voice acting, phenomenal. Like he really gets this, I don't know the region, probably Scottish or something. He's got this Scottish English accent. Oi, we're going to Eliador. Like it's so cool. He's like a knife wielder. He's like got his hoodie up, like that's just a cool dude. He's got like the blue anime hair. Honestly, a throwback to 6, protagonist, if you gave him a voice or something. So I'm a big Eric fan. He is really useful too with some of his like critical claim is one of the best moves. Dual wielding. Unfortunately, it never really panned out the way I wanted it to. But you can make it better. So Eric is a top pick. And then Jade also very useful. Thematically, there's a connection between her and the main character, and as well as for Rab. Rab wasn't as useful for me except as kind of a healer and a buffer or debuffer. Or actually, like he removed curses. He had benediction that was useful at some points. But conceptually, loved those 3. I think they were well designed, especially in terms of the story.
Yeah, I love probably for me Veronica probably number 1, and Rab number 2. Like Terry, I love Rab. There's just something about this. I love his shape. He's just a bulbous little old guy, and he can use like claws or the staff. And when he dies, he sounds like an old man getting up from the bed. He's like, oh, and he just like falls over. It's so hilarious. I love that. Like he'll get like one-shotted by somebody, and he'll go like, oh, and he'll just like fall over. And then he's a bit of the comic relief in the game with his magazines. One falls out in Niflheim, and everybody's like, onward to Yggdrasil, and then the magazine falls, and everybody's like just looks down at it. He's like, oh.
So you're saying that you're not subscribed to the Ogler's Digest?
I wish you can get the Ogler's Digest in the game, which is kind of cool.
Yeah,
it's kind of cool. And Naughty Sticks, he has the Naughty Stick. Him and Grandmaster Pang, the kind of relationship they have there. I think that he's kind of into what she's putting down there. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, the Naughty Stick. He got his. And if you do go into Angri-La, there's tales about Robert from Dundersill who got hit on the behind 10,000 times or something like that with the Naughty Sticks.
So you think Rab's being bad on purpose?
I think a little bit. He's like kind of likes it a little bit. He kind of into it. But Rab is just he's a great character. Like he's just, and the part in the game where you find out that he's your grandpa. That whole part in the game is fantastic. When you go into Dundersill, you see the dragon there, and you see meet Rab. That whole part's great.
Oh yeah, that's like poetic justice about Rab is like. If as a Dragon Quest fan, the closest you've come really with playing with your family is 5, and that one's kind of tragic, with the passing of the father. This one echoes that in some sense, but I think being able to find your grandfather and have him in your party alongside you, there's a sense
Yeah.
of like, I don't know, community or communion
Yeah.
or something. I really like that.
Yeah, I agree. It's fighting alongside your grandfather, you know, it's pretty good. And I love when he just does Kazam cells. He's like, "May the darkness consume you," or something. It's like, what the hell are you? What are you talking about? Why are you speaking that mean? It's like, why is he just sweet old man? And he's like, "May the darkness consume you." And the Zam spells are cool, you know. They have the dark spells, and that's kind of cool. And Veronica, just because I think. I wouldn't think she'd be my favorite character just starting off. I found her kind of like, whatever, but she's really, really, they're like her magic's out of this world. She's great with whips if you give her whips. Her magic is like freaking, you just channel anger with her and do Kafrizzle or Kaboom. She'll like wipe out everything. She has Twin Dragon Lash with the whips if you'd like to use whips. And just it made me want to play well, we'll get to it. Well, it made me want to play a certain part in the game to do something for her. But
Yeah, Veronica's my favorite too. And it's weird because that's another thing with Reddit where I was reading their stuff and they just hate her. They're like, "What a bitch," and I'm like yeah, yeah, she is.
well,
That's
how would
great.
you be if you were like a 17-year-old stuck in a 10-year-old's body or something, or an 18-year-old stuck in a yeah? It's like she still has that spark to her. You know, like she's like still like she's not gonna take any guff from anybody. I like the part where she's with Sylvanda. She's like, "Yeah, honey," and she's and she points to him or whatever. Or when we meet Jasper or something, they're like, "Yeah, honey," or something like that. And she's like very smarmy, and she kind of grows on you. You know, I think she has a lot of character to her. And there's certain points in this game where I was teared up a bit. It's a part in Act 2 with her sister, Serena, and there's a poignant part in that game that really got to me anyway. And part of that was you find out what she did for the party. She did a lot. I don't know how she did it. That's amazing, but she somehow did it. But and it really hit you, made you really like her even more.
It's you,
Yeah.
not me.
What's that?
That one didn't hit me.
But
We'll get
okay.
into
Well,
it.
hit me. Yeah.
Hit me for sure.
What is the dance spell when they make your party dance?
Oh, hustle dance.
No. It's
Oh,
like when they
you
confuse
mean,
you.
Charlie.
And your party can't break
Oh,
out
yeah,
and
when-
dance. Hocus pocus or something, right?
Oh yeah. Lots of enemies will do like something. Like Booga does one where he'll like dance and he'll spin around and he'll like everybody else start dancing.
My favorite is
Yeah, I
when
don't know what it's
Veronica starts
called.
doing her dance. She does like a little like
she like kicks or whatever.
She, like, turns around,
yeah.
like just taunts the enemies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hendrik has a good one too. So he's like, yes, Yeah, I love the dances in those games. Like they did such a good job animating that. Each character. Eric does the Michael Jackson moonwalk, I think. Yeah,
Yeah, and then Jade is my second favorite for obvious reasons.
Yeah, two big reasons, right?
Spear and claws.
Yeah.
Spear and claws, baby.
Yeah, Jade's great, but they're all good. I mean,
are they though?
even-
Least favorite?
Sylvando, easily.
Mine's
Can't-
probably Eric. Sorry, but I just don't. I mean, I like him, but there's something that, like, I like the other ones more. Like, I don't not like Eric, but I like the other ones more. It's just preference.
Sylvando's a little too much for me at times, and his usefulness is expired after a while. Except for I think he might have Loophole or something. I think he has Accelerator, so
He's
yeah,
more
I'll use him for that. But
Mhm.
even then,
Yeah, because he's never really hugely can attack a lot for a lot of damage, but he's good. He has utility. He can do hustle dance. He can like do oomful, like you said, and he does like get like some cool stuff later in the game. But that's like late in the game with him and the other character we'll talk about later.
Yeah, he gets a new usefulness way too late in the game, but it's like, why wouldn't you just try to get this in earlier? He could be very useful, and they chose to just like hide him. But yeah, but as a character, no, he's way too much for me. I just so flamboyant, so like loud and obnoxious. Oh, I can't stand that character.
Oh yeah, he lost his
Eric,
entertainment value within like maybe an hour. I mean, I loved at the beginning. Oh, honey, like, and then after a
Mhm.
while, it's just, what are you adding? And
Yeah.
Act 2.
Oh, he added a ship.
Did he? I don't remember.
He added a ship. It was
There
his
was
ship,
something
the
unexplored
Salty
there. He
Stallion.
was like nervous about some dude in the port town, and then like I feel like that was kind of like brushed away.
Mhm. I liked him in Dave. I still think it's Dave, but they call him Dave in the game. I don't see how you get Dave. Is there like a umlaut they're forgetting or something?
It's because it's Hispanic,
Oh, okay.
and the way that they say that in like Latin, the Latin tongue, you have to pronounce everything, so it's Dave.
David.
Um, even though the Dragon Quest series has not done so well outside of Japan, we all want Dragon Quest XI to succeed. So it's all from now, really. We are just starting the series again in a way, and we want this game to do well, not just in Japan, but globally too. I don't want to talk about the numbers yet because we're about to. We're about to get to the release. But before we talk about that, at this stage, how do you think Dragon Quest is viewed in the West? Like post Dragon Quest 11.
Today.
Mm-hmm.
It's still pretty niche as a Western product. The only time I've
Yeah,
seen
I
in
think-
public, like when somebody talks about Dragon Quest, or even if I bring it up with coworkers, well, I remember being at GameStop one time and there's a promotion for Dragon Quest Heroes. They want the warrior style game. They're not even talking about the RPGs. In fact, you know, when's the last time I was able to go into a store and like buy Dragon Quest? It was like 7, 8, and 11, and I was the only one buying 7. I was the only one buying 8. Maybe I saw like copies of 11 like on the wall, but nobody's really like asking about it. And even then, now since then, you have what? Treasures, Builders, Heroes. Are there other ones?
The new Monsters 3 came out, I think, last year or early this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dark Prince, the one based on
Oh.
Dragon Quest 4.
Yeah, that came out.
Mhm.
That was a thing.
Mhm.
Even I forgot about it. And
Apparently it's a million seller.
in the
Kind of
West,
crazy.
Yeah.
Mhm. Well, I don't know about in the West specifically, but in general, it
I don't
was
think-
considered a success by Square Enix.
I think they're
Again, in
marketing.
the West, I don't know. I
Yeah.
doubt it. I doubt many people at all bought it in the West.
I mean, I've known. I'll say this: I've known 4 people in my life that like Dragon Quest, other than me, and 2 of them are right here.
right here.
And I'm counting myself. So I mean, that should say something. So
I tried to get for reference too. I tried to get Poppy Polite, formerly Dragon Quest Poppy, on, but he's super busy and couldn't make it.
Mhm.
So that would have
Oh,
been
yeah. Mhm.
another one.
And he's
That
in
would've been
Japan
fine.
right now.
That'd be
So
fine.
does he count?
yeah,
That's true. Yeah, no, I agree. And well, the one that I was kind of interested in, not from a gameplay perspective, I didn't buy it. I have no interest in it. But I was interested that it could spark something. Was Dragon Quest Die? They released that one that was based off of the anime.
That was a thing.
And I was like, well, I know people here love anime, so maybe they'll get into the Dragon Quest anime and then from there branch off into this. And I just don't know. I don't know enough about that one. I don't know if it did that well, but I don't hear a lot about it, so I'm gonna guess it didn't make much of a mark.
the only thing I heard was that they, instead of like animating scenes, they just took stills from the anime and put it for the story parts,
Oof.
and it was like a hack and slash thing. But they just followed the anime with bits from the stills from the. That's all I know about it. I haven't played it though. I heard it didn't do too well.
Yeah, that's what
they were
Treasures
charging like
did- or Treasures did
$70
okay.
for it. Like I'm not,
Yeah,
you know, like the supporting laziness thing is crazy to me. Like that,
Mhm.
I felt the type of way about Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince. Like
yeah.
I don't know. I felt like they're really getting away with like kind of like lackluster.
They added
products.
DLC to that. Yeah, they added
So-
some DLC to that game as well, Teddy. That to grind any effectiveness, I think you had to pay like $20 or something to access to this spot where you could find special monsters or something like that. So Treasures did okay, I think. I like Treasures more than most people. It's not great. It's pretty fun though. I think 9 did well. A lot of kids I'm hearing like 9 a lot because they grew up with it. But I think it's better than it's been, but it's still not great. They don't really market Dragon Quest a lot.
9 is good, but I think the problem is that we're looking at places where they talk about Dragon Quest.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they're like 9's my favorite. 9's my favorite because it's the people that grew up with the Nintendo DS, and they're like 9's the best. 9's the best. 9's the best. But it's only the people that talk about Dragon Quest. So it's not really It's a real like bubble look at it. Whereas if you look at the entirety of the West, most people, by probably a vast majority, are like, what the hell is 9?
Yeah, I did it. yeah. I think, but kids who played it at the time really liked it. I did a show and tell at work. We have meetings at work, like icebreakers. And one day, maybe 2 years ago, we were talking. You could show what you wanted to do. People showed like all kinds of stuff, pictures from trips or whatever. And I showed my Dragon Quest collection, and I talked about each game. And I said, I'd really like, if anybody's interested in this game, they're on Android, let me know, I'll buy you a copy or give you some money for it. Never heard anything. I think people asked me questions, like I had about, like I showed my copy of 5 that I have for PS2, and I talked about it. So they were interested, but nobody said like, oh yeah, Dragon Quest, I know that or anything. So I don't, it's not very well known here, unfortunately. But the people who it is known, I think, would you rather have a passionate people who like the games, or would you have everybody like them? It's kind of a catch-22, would you have, because it kind of feels like close-knit that you're in a group with like people who really like the games and get the games. You can really bond together and say, hey, yeah, Dragon Quest, that's great. I would like it to be more successful, but the marketing has to be there too, and they haven't really marketed their games very well.
Well, I guess personally, I am happy with it not being successful in the West.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I say that is I think of the other alternative, which is Final Fantasy. And you think about how much that series has prostituted itself to like generic Western game design. Yeah. And I don't want any part of that. So if the game makes a lot of money, it just makes it in Japan. I'm okay with playing with their Japanese sensibilities for making that classic game and keeping it that way.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly okay with that, and I do not give a shit if it's popular here.
As long as we get the games. Whenever we get the games.
That is the problem, is that sometimes they don't release it over here.
Yeah, if they don't release it over here, and the only option is for fans to do it. And fans have been pretty good with putting that together. But like to you, Dragon Quest in Japan, they want to stick to that formula. And if it starts getting bigger over here, maybe, especially if Hori, he's not a young guy anymore. If Hori, doesn't want to do it anymore, it's up to Square Enix or whoever. Then God knows what only will happen to it. Where it's in Japan, where it's popular. Where we were talking about, you said earlier about Dragon Quest 11, it was originally going to be like a more open worldy, and the fans were really. Or maybe I'll think of another one. The fans didn't like that or something, so they kind of took it back to be more how 11 turned out to be.
No, they did that because they were lazy. I have some stuff about that.
Oh, okay. Well, it was originally going to be open world, and they cut back. But like I think Dragon Quest has changed a lot. From if you go from 1 up to 11, it's changed. You can't say it hasn't, but it still has that same feeling. It's got a core. It has a core that you can really feel. And Final Fantasy, if I were to play 16 or 2 or 3, they're completely different games. That I kind of think it's cool that it changed, but it kind of lost me when it went to these later games, like on a PlayStation and that. I like 7, I like 9, but it didn't have that same core. Even 9 was supposed to be more of a throwback to the earlier games. For me, it didn't really feel like the earlier, like 1, 2, 3. 2 and 3 to me. But Dragon Quest, even when it gets, to the newer game 11, 8, they all have that same core that you feel, yeah, I'm playing a Dragon Quest. That I hope they don't lose if they were to get more popular. Which, if it's in Japan and it stays still popular there, they will hold on to that forever as long as Hori's around, I believe. So
Because
I
it's
think,
still a success, and I think that's the important part. Is that
Yeah.
it's a success. It's just not a success in America. So hopefully they cling to the. It's still a success. Let's keep doing it, as opposed to let's make more and more money by making it a open world hack and slash.
Yeah, we should treasure these games. While Hori's around, we should treasure. We're getting these because he's not going to be here forever. You already have Sugiyama's dead. You got Koriyama's dead. So he's the one to carry that and keep it together. So we might not all have these games forever, and we can still play the old ones. So
Well, here's the thing too. The global success is a footnote in this statement. Like, we are starting the series again in a way, and we want this game to do well. Not just in Japan, but globally too. Yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice if it does well globally. But at the end of the day, this is, we know that it hasn't done well in Japan, and we just want it to do well. Did it do well? Yes, it did. It succeeded, and we didn't compromise on our values. We created the game in a way that we have known and done for how long? 25 years? 20 years at that
86,
point?
yeah.
17, 86, 30, 31?
30, 30, 38.
Well, at that point, because that was
yeah,
2017, it would be like 31. But yes,
38 years, yeah.
Oh, 86. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I agree. I wouldn't want compromised products. And, the number that haven't been getting localized lately, I think is much smaller than it was a decade ago. I don't,
Yeah.
It is an issue that maybe we're having, but we are getting Dragon Quest games.
Yeah. Except for 10, but I understand, there's a lot of, that's like 6 or 7 different big Dragon Quest games together as one that we haven't played and we might not play. But I mean, there's fan ways to play it. But yeah, as long as it stays popular in Japan and we get something and we have fans to translate, I can't complain that much. I'd rather have that than I'd have it change into something that Final Fantasy's been, I guess. Not to throw shade at Final Fantasy, but that series lost me at the Super Nintendo.
Oh, serious?
Yeah. I mean, I like 9, 7 was okay. I didn't like 8.
I didn't like 8 either. I was lost at, I think, 12. Or probably 10. 10 or 12 is just where I was like, okay, this is just off the rails for me.
10, I like parts of it, but this is Final Fantasy. But 10 has some similarities to Dragon Quest 11 with we'll get into of Dragon Quest 11, where it's not like an open map. You kind of have zones to go to, and you don't pick your points like in Final Fantasy 10, but you kind of are limited to where you can go on the map. Even with the ship, there's certain ports you can only go to, which I think that's my biggest complaint with Dragon Quest 11 is probably that. But that's another topic.
All right, you ready to start with the release?
Yeah. Can I segue this?
Sure.
All right, so this might be a little redundant. We kind of talked about it, but I think we should do it again. There are many different ways to play Dragon Quest XI today. The question is, how should you do it? These are the different versions of Dragon Quest XI explained. If you want more Dragon Quest explained to you, well, be sure to subscribe to RPG Archive. The first version of Dragon Quest XI that we're going to talk about released on the 3DS in July of 2017, and that is Japan only. The next version was for the PlayStation 4 that released in Japan in July of 2017, and in the West in sometime in 2018. I think September, maybe, if I'm reading that correctly. Oh, and worldwide it released for Windows in 2018, and a definitive edition released for the Nintendo Switch in 2019, for the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One in 2020, and also the Google Stadia in 2021. So let's explain what are some of the differences between these versions. I'll pass it along to either of you guys.
Well, I'll just start off saying that the 3DS one, obviously, we we kind of covered earlier, but we can't really speak to it, or at least I can't, because it came out in Japan only. So I didn't play it, but it has elements of the 2D version that we do see in the definitive edition, but it has its own thing as well that I can't really touch on, a semi 3D version as well. So
Yep, it's Japanese
that one's
language only, and I will look up prices during this video.
Oh, okay, cool. It's also worth noting that while the PS4 and Windows versions that came out in 2018, and of course now we're specifically talking about the English versions, but those versions are basically erased unless you have the discs, which of course Windows, I don't even know if they released that in disc version. But they've all been replaced with the definitive edition, which I think is a bit of a crime. But if you do have the original PS4 version, which I don't remember if I have I think I have the disc for that. I think I got.
Yeah,
that
there was two. There was the release one had where's my camera at? Had that edition of Light. This is the one I got, and then there was the one non-edition of Light, which I picked up. It's a little harder to find, but yeah, the edition of Light had some bonuses. It had like you get a supplicant, like here's what you get there: a supplicant, a skill seeds, 5 skill seeds, and a healer accessory. But that's all you got with it. And the non-edition of Light had none of that. It was just the game.
Mm-hmm. I think I had the
my
Light
favorite
edition.
versions. Yeah, the PS4 version, the original release, is my favorite way. Play my favorite version of the game, and it's sad, like you said, that they don't have that. You can't get that anywhere, on Steam at least.
Yeah. But so basically at this point in America, you're left with the definitive edition versus the original, which again, like we just mentioned, it's harder to get the original, but if you can get your hands on it, I would also probably recommend that. We can talk about that at some point, but I can outline the differences between the two as well. There's quite a bit of differences, so like some of these are more important than others, but from a gameplay perspective, the definitive edition had a battle speed selector that allows the speed of the battle to be set both in and out of battle. Quick commands menu that can be accessed through pressing the options menu. Fun size forge can now be used anywhere. It added a photo mode that allows screenshots of the party lineup to be taken with various features such as hiding, showing party members' poses, yada yada yada. Horse Hailer can be accessed using the quick commands menu. Ability to switch between 2D and 3D mode at any time, although that has its own limitations. But the party lineup is all visible. Additional cosmetic outfits. Cutscenes can be skipped at any time. I didn't even know that you couldn't skip the cutscenes in the original. So interesting. Knocking over monsters while mounted gives experience points. It's kind of dumb, but whatever. Harvested materials go straight into the party's bag. You can switch camera modes between classic and free movement in battle. Couldn't you do that in the original?
Yeah,
I guess. Yeah, that's
I
weird.
remember you could.
I don't know why they added that.
Maybe not in battle. Maybe not in battle, but maybe out of battle. You had.
Oh, out of battle, you have to select it. Okay, maybe that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
More draconian quest options are available. The overall lighting for the game has been improved over the PS4 PC versions. Okay. Option to toggle the hero's voice and breathing sound effects. What? More monster species are now rideable. Shiny spots where items can be found stand out more. Positions of party members at campsites have been adjusted. Can use skill reset on the character builder at any point.
That's good.
Learn multiple skills is available from the beginning. Ability to look up and purchase materials at the Fun Size Forge.
That's
can
good.
navigate UI elements with the joystick. Defeated monster list appears on the map menu. Rare something monsters appear on defeated monster list. Status ailments are displayed in the lineup menu. Appearance altering equipment are now clearly labeled. Some of the events in Heliodor sewers have been revised. The time when you can visit Tickington is made earlier than in the 3DS version. So in the 3DS version, they had Tickington, which is Japan only. In the normal original, there was no Tickington.
Mm-hmm.
Toggle with passwords locations are changed from the 3DS version. I have other stuff to say, but let's stop there for a second.
Well, is Act 3 also
Yeah,
Definitive Edition exclusive?
No,
No, it's
there's one part in it that is, but that's the super boss. The super
Okay.
boss is not in. Wait, no, he is. I'm sorry. No, I'm pretty sure he's only definitive. Yeah, the super boss is only definitive edition.
okay.
Yeah, the time worm. Also, there's another thing. They have the Crackshot crossbow minigame they forgot. In the PS4, there was these targets
in
around
the
the world.
Yeah, it's in the new content section. I'll get to that in a
Okay.
second. But yeah, let me just hit the new content for a second, so that'll clear up some of those things. Option to choose between orchestral, symphonic, and MIDI synthesized soundtracks. That was the big one that people complained about the original, was that it was all MIDI.
Oh, it's synth.
Um,
It's not MIDI.
well, it's still MIDI, but it's
No, it's
synthesized.
synth. There's a difference between. People always got it wrong. It's synthesized. It's not MIDI.
Okay, well the wiki's saying it's MIDI.
Well,
But
the wiki's wrong, but okay.
all right.
No.
Well, either way, the non orchestral
Yeah.
soundtrack of the original, which I will say that I'm I guess with the minority, but I do not care about soundtracks, so I didn't care one way or the other. But people really hated the original soundtrack, so
Mhm.
that's probably the biggest benefit of this version to most people. Ability to choose between Dragon Quest XI and Dragon Quest VIII soundtracks. New voiceovers that include reworked lines and the option to pick between English and Japanese voiceovers. Tickington is added as a 16-bit 2D world where the party can visit realms known as pastimes after discovering their retrospective passwords. Yada yada. New monsters are added as a result of Tickington's addition to the game. A 2D mode that transforms the entire game into a 2D graphical experience that also alters various gameplay aspects. A range of new cosmetic outfits. Bomb runs Bell. Sorry, I have this like smaller because there was so much info on here. Bomb runs Bell from Dragon Quest VIII is
Mhm.
available in the quick commands menu, allowing the hero to summon and ride a large great saber cat, and switches to the identical soundtrack from Dragon Quest VIII. Party talk feature added that allows a hero to speak to the party members. Marriage and partner options are now available. Good God. Additional story content that focuses on various party members. That is a sticking point that I think we'll enjoy talking about. A voice drama that is exclusively available as part of the Gorgeous Edition in Japan only.
Gorgeous
Or-
edition.
A voice drama. Interesting. Madame Cherie is added as a new character located at the academy. A priest toggle has been added to a certain area, and party members now have dialogue and battles that appears at the top of the screen.
I will say another thing this is probably included in your thing that I'd like to take out is Nose for Treasure was originally in the original. It was a quest you had to do for Noah, the knowing guy you save in Hato. You had to do something for him, and then he gives you the Nose for Treasure ability. Where in the definitive edition, it's like you got it from the start, I believe, when you get Eric. I think he has it.
Okay. But I have to say that, like you said, there was the crossbow piece that was in the original that they basically took out. Although you do have a crossbow, but it's only for bringing monsters closer to you.
Yeah, like
But in the
heart.
original, there was a game where a little mini game where around the world there were crossbow. There were what do you call it? Like targets just
Yeah.
around the map. and you could shoot 'em.
Crack shot crossbow targets. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually like that. I thought it was
Yeah.
kind of cool. It was fun to see them every once in a while.
They probably didn't want you to look at the world like because they took away the first person mode and the world was cut down to not look as nice. It still looks fine, but if you zoom in on distance, it's not as nice as the PS4 one. I think they were kind of proud of that PS4. Like they put the first person mode in there, so they wanted to do that to say, look at what we built. And I guess they took that out because you got like seeds from that. It was kind of cool. You got like strength seeds and stuff from doing that. So it was like 5 or 6 strength seeds or something, or other seeds. So it was kind of useful.
I do want to address the idea that you just touched on a little bit, but that the original also looked a lot better, because it was made for better hardware, whereas the definitive edition was made for the Switch. So when you play it on anything else, it's just getting upscaled, but it's not as nice. Is this a rare instance where a definitive edition is in some ways like worse than the original?
I wouldn't say worse, but I prefer the original just because of what they took out. And what they added. I don't like what they added. One certain part in particular, but I think for me, I like the original better. There's a lot of quality improvements in it, which are nice, like the fun size forge, buying the ingredients right there. Um, that's nice. Seeing all your party members behind you is kind of cool. Um, they added some improvements to speed up the game, like the battle and stuff like that. But what you lost was, I think, the little bit of fidelity taken away, and the that graphical fidelity. And there's more of a plot thing I have a problem with than something else that we'll get into. In between the two acts, there's a the game drags. Every time I replay it, the game drags in that part between Act 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
There's
We
a
can talk
part,
about that
and
real
I
quick.
think it kind of spoils the game a little bit, to be honest with you. Um, a little bit.
I agree. I think so. In the original, we'll talk about it more once we talk about the story in the coming sections. But the world tree will fall, and then in the original, you wake up as the fish.
Hmm.
But in the definitive edition, they've added what happens to several of the characters in between.
Hmm.
Most of the characters. And it's already you already meet them in the original, like in a certain state in the world. And this tries to explain how they got there.
Yeah,
And
and
it's like,
it could
I don't
kind of
know. I
ruin.
just think less is more.
Yeah, or put that at the end. Put it at the end of the game afterwards, so you
Well,
can see
you
it.
have
But
a
where it's at
major
in the game,
issue in that Dragon Quest XI is already asking a lot in terms of your playtime, and now you're
mhm,
asking for more, especially with segments that I don't know are adding things that are like substantially different in terms of the plot. I mean, okay, I like Rab's section, pretty cool. Jade's was okay, I guess. Savando's, ooh. So, if you're asking players to play a slow game with added elements to make it even longer, to drag it out, that's kind of rough.
I just would have rather they not even add them now. That's the point, because I think they add everybody's section except for two characters, and that kind of, if you're then you have in your head, well, why aren't those two characters added? If they add, well, where's Serena and Veronica then? Is something happened to them? Then you're in the back of your mind, something's happening with Serena and Veronica, and then when you get to the big moment in the game, it kind of like spoils it a little bit for you, so it doesn't hit as hard. And just opening with like that end of Act 1, where the world falls and you wake up as a fish, is one of the most. I was so like I was not expecting to be a fish. Like it was like such like, and you're an adorable fish. Like you have the little sack on you. It was such a cool moment, and I
Mhm.
think it takes a while to get there in the definitive edition. It kind of, you have to get through Sylvando's part, which I didn't like that much. Rabs was okay. Um, Eric's was, well, you caught that cool. You had that cool cure slime. It was a throwback to Dragon Quest IV and
Mhm.
Healy, which is kind
Mm-hmm.
of cool.
Yeah.
But then he went like Super Saiyan and like killed like that Nocturnus looking guy or whatever, the Durin guy. The guy
Mhm.
from Dragon Quest VI. He has the big jock strap and he has the 8 pack or whatever. But him, that was kind of cool. But I just thought it was so out of character. It felt like they just put it in there to have more, which I think, I don't know, it just kind of slowed the game down for me. And I think it kind of spoiled a little bit of the pace, and for Veronica and Serena at the end, it kind of like could kind of take some of that away a little bit.
So, in terms of recommending these, there is access to the vanilla version. The PS4 version, the
Hmm.
standard edition, let me see what it's called exactly. You held it up earlier. Edition of Light is only, it's
Yeah.
like between $10 and $15
Yeah.
on eBay if you want to get
Yeah.
it.
That's all I got for
And that's
this one.
PS4
This
and
was like 15.
PS5
Yeah.
compatible. Versus your definitive edition, you're looking at anywhere between 35 and $45 for either PS4, Xbox, or Switch versions. And then on Steam, It's $39.99. I presume the same for Stadia. And by the way, if you want to import the 3DS Japanese version and play it on a Japanese 3DS, one, you're nuts, and two, it's $20.
Somebody will translate that sometime in our lifetime. They'll translate the 3DS version. We'll get to play it,
Yeah.
and then we can come on here and review and talk about it.
Review the 3DS Dragon
Yeah.
Quest 11. Yeah, not happening. I would probably recommend the just original, especially to like a new player that isn't Dragon Quest familiar, because the Tickington stuff is probably the biggest addition to the definitive edition, and it only really matters if you played the other ones. Like that's where you get a lot of nostalgia. So I don't even really recommend that. I would say just play the original release. The only thing is, if you're like a music guy, you'll probably not like it as much just because of the soundtrack. So that makes it hard, because it's like it does have a worse soundtrack, and you'll be hearing it a lot. So
They only added one song from 8 too, and it was the world theme when you're traveling. I think they made it sound like they added more, but I think there was only that one song. You could switch the world theme from 11 to 8's theme. You know, instead of da 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 da, you had do 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 the 8's theme.
yeah,
So you could switch to that. So it's not like they added a lot. They did add the orchestrated. If you liked orchestrated more, could listen.
right,
to it
right,
that way.
and that's the sticking point that most of the people had, was that it wasn't orchestral. I don't really care.
Me neither.
Personally.
I'm
I
going
just
to
don't
add on
care.
to that. I don't care about it in this game because this game doesn't represent my favorite music in the series. So I wasn't even thinking about it. I would still I mean, I don't know the visual differences as much in terms of like the PS4 versus like the Xbox Series S version. I bought that one and I didn't even bat my eyes twice in terms of graphical fidelity. I understand that it is a port of the Switch version, but I don't have the trained eye. But
Oh,
Well,
you just have to,
I mean,
if you just look up a video of the original, you'll see it.
I mean, it doesn't look that much better until you play the original, and you think, oh, like if you play Dragon Quest XI-S, it looks good, but when you play the original, like it looks just a little bit better. It's a little bit crisper, a little brighter. You can see a little bit more. It's not see a little bit more, but it does look better. It's nothing huge, but the main problem is I think, and it isn't on Steam, right? You can't get the original on Steam anymore. That's my main problem. They just took that one away, and they just replaced it with the definitive. Which I'd still recommend you play the game. Like, play Dragon Quest XI-S. It's the great game. But I prefer the original. Just because of the things, like, mostly in the middle acts, between Act 1 and 2, that part, I just don't like those scenarios.
I agree.
what a catastrophe. Find a way. I mean, just think about what are your non-negotiables? What do you care the most about? Is it soundtrack? Is it graphical fidelity? What? So there is a way where there is a will. And you have one.
And I will defend the sound. I do like the soundtrack. There's some original tunes that I like Leaves of Love or something with Serena when she has her moment with Veronica. That's a great song. There's some good music in there, but they do reuse a lot of past games, which I didn't mind because I love those songs. I'm a weirdo who loves Dragon Quest music. I listen to playlists at work, like of just all the games on loop. So I love it. So I'm not the right person to ask. Every time I hear somebody say it has terrible music, I'm like, oh, I can't agree. I can't agree. But that's just me.
Synth.
I just want to say that I like the music. So.
All right, so let's talk about the sales. Per VG charts, I haven't been able to find like an official thing that categorizes it like I usually like, but it says that 6.5 million units were shipped worldwide and approximately 5 million in Japan. So
That's a lot.
if you want a perspective on that, I pulled up the Dragon Quest IX sales. 9 was on the DS. What was it, 2009 or something? It's been forever since we did this one.
Yeah.
2009, around there.
4, 5, 9, 11, 6 is how the order of them coming out for the DS.
And the total sales on that one were 4.35 million in Japan and 5.79 million total. I do have the 10 data, although that I only have the Wii data. They did have it on the PC as well over there, which I'm sure bumped up the sales dramatically. But the total sales for the Wii were only 0.97 million in Japan only. So, but that's a weird one because it's an MMO, so it's a little bit harder to gauge. Their profit margins are way different because of a subscription plan. But I'd rather look at the 9 data, which is actually kind of disappointing if you think about it, because it was 4.35 million in Japan, but that was in like 2009, so quite a long time ago. And it only got to 5 million, so we added about
Japan's a lot smaller too.
I have questions about this data though, because on the Wikipedia page they're saying that the game sold over 2 million copies on its first 2 days of sale in Japan. Okay, never mind. The 3DS selling 1.13 and PS4 selling 0.95. So that is a total of 2 million of those 6.5 million, but that's in first 2 days.
That's a lot, and for 2 days to sell a lot of copies. That's like everybody who wants to buy it is like going out that day and buying it.
Dragon Quest
Basically,
Day.
it's amazing. Yeah,
would be a success in America in America for any game to sell 2 million on the first day.
Yeah. Is there any game here that?
Oh yeah.
Would sell the first day like that? Maybe Madden.
Call of Duty. I'm sure Elden Ring did.
Elden Ring was big.
Breath
About Monster Hunter now it got bigger.
Breath of the Wild, yeah, like a Nintendo franchise.
Now,
there's always Pokemons and stuff. Those will do it. But also, it's worth noting that America also has a much larger population.
Yeah, like Japan, 2 million people. There's one in a day. Like you'd have to scale that up for inflation. For like America, what would that be? How many people? What would that? 2 million Japan equivalent in American? Like
what is the population of Japan? I don't even know what their I could look it up, but I'm not going to. It's like
I can do it.
A good amount of people, I guess, but not nearly. Because America's what, like
125 million in 2022.
There you go.
And America's 350, 400.
It's probably 400 now.
400. So just multiply that. That'd be like almost like 6 million.
Oh, 333.
333. Yeah, 2022.
Are we shrinking? Holy shit!
It's just flatlining.
Damn. I thought because I felt like we were that like years ago.
Yeah, it's got a chart though, and it's consistently going up. So
yeah, it's like going up.
But yeah, so it would be double it or so, and that would be the equivalent.
4, 5.
So definitely a huge deal in Japan, but still in America, not quite there. I mean, that 1.5 million, that's worldwide. So that's not even just America. That's everywhere that it released.
Yeah, and that's where my questions come in with like the digital data, because I feel like Steam is not even like calculated in this. I mean, granted, the Xbox one probably hasn't sold that much, but they don't even include that. And
Nintendo doesn't include digital sales, I don't think.
Yeah.
They say they do, but I really have a hard time understanding how they would. And it complicates it further because Dragon Quest IX was on Game Pass for Xbox
11?
like a while ago.
You mean?
Sorry, 11. Dragon Quest, sorry, I'm looking at the 9 data here. But Dragon Quest 11 was on Game Pass a while ago, so there was even that. Or how do you judge that? I don't know how you do that.
It's weird, yeah.
So
it was still successful where it really mattered. So we'll still get them over there, and we'll decide. We'll see if Square Enix decides to budget it, translate it to put them over. I think they will, because they're doing the HD 2D simultaneously now. So maybe we'll get those games from now on. So I think it was enough of a success that
simultaneously.
Yeah, I'm glad you caught that.
Okay, so wait a sec. By November 2018, it shipped over 4 million copies. So that's in between. Now we're talking 11S. Like, how successful was 11S? In its first week on Switch, it sold 303,000. So like, it's maybe there's like a Switch thing or something in Japan. I don't know how they feel about it, but
well, they'd already gotten it.
Yeah,
that's part of it, I'm sure.
That was Japan, 303.
Well, and also probably one of the one of the bigger additions was the Tickington stuff, which they already had on the 3DS version. So it wasn't actually new to them, or to a lot of them.
I would
feel
love
like
to play the
S was
3DS
for
version.
like global audience. Like maybe there is more pull there. I have to speculate at this point because the data is just so confusing.
Mhm.
I think it was like one of the first games announced for the Switch back in 2015 or something. They were developing it and went through some problems with they switched Unreal Engine during that time. So they had to get a 4. Is that what it uses? 4?
Yeah.
So
looks like
it
it's
was originally
yeah.
like on 3 or something, and they had problems and they had to move to 4. So it was always going to come out for Switch. I think Iwata talked to them and wanted it on, so they were going to bring that around, I think. So it was always, I think they made it basically for the Switch, and that just happened to be the one they ported, and you can only get now unless you have the original Steam version or Windows version. That's a shame because I really want to play that Windows version when I get a computer that can actually run anything other than Doom or something.
Well,
I do
think
see a
the
problem here
other
though, because
interesting metric is the 1.5 million, because that's where it's like that's the out of Japan number is between, and that's between how many versions? PS4, Windows,
PS4.
Switch, Xbox, PS4 Definitive, Stadia. You know, and I'm sure some of those are lower than others. Stadia, Windows, maybe, but or Xbox.
Windows would be
Stadia.
huge.
Stadia and Xbox
Windows would be
at least.
huge.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
Stadia. I actually got the Stadia one. I'll be the Stadia
nice.
guy. So I supported it there too.
I bought this game 3 times. You know, I bought it on PS4, Switch, and Xbox. So you know, I'm up there supporting Dragon Quest as well.
I think the fact that they're putting it on computers is saying something. That they're not just putting it on consoles. I think that gives me hope that they are putting it on PC.
That has been a more global approach in this stage of gaming. Like they're moving all those, like Sony's taking all their stuff to PC.
Yeah,
They're doing it like a year or so after the release of the console version. So they still want you to buy the consoles, but they're all admitting that you might as well just get it on PC because it's like
it's a whole nother discussion. But as long as Dragon Quest stays the same, there keep coming out in Japan and we get some. Like, I don't care if it sells 1 copy and it's to me. As long as I get it, I'm fine. I mean, we'll say 3 copies, 1 for you, 1 for me, and 2 for you guys. We're good.
Selfish Brian over here. All right. Reception wise, it received generally favorable reviews. Kotaku's Tim Rogers, who I just knowing he's from Kotaku, I have almost zero respect for. A longtime player this year has called it one of the best games of all time. US Gamer considers the game to be the natural follow-up to Dragon Quest VIII.
We should talk about that too. I hope if you got something going on later about that, we should come back to that. I'll try to remind you if we forget.
To what?
To follow up to Dragon Quest VIII, we could kind of compare if you got.
Yeah. Despite the common praise, some critics regarded the conservative approach to the game as a detriment. Polygon stated the upgraded visuals and presentation were grafted onto a frail and aging skeleton, and that it was unlikely to bring in any new fans of the series due to its non-evolving nature. PC,
See,
I would change that phrase to new Western fans.
Yeah.
PC Gamer agreed, noting that while the Windows port ran without issue and looked great, they believed the game itself was disappointingly safe. IGN criticized some sexualized elements in the game, including a quest to dress up a female character in a bunny outfit, as well as the series' usual puff content. Some critics also wrote that the game's non-orchestrated MIDI synthesized soundtrack was often at odds with the game's visuals. For the Windows version, fans released a mod that replaced it with existing orchestral recordings. An orchestral soundtrack was later added in the definitive edition, although the original soundtrack was also available. Yeah. It received on Metacritic. Oh, go ahead.
It's not mentioned in here, but Famitsu gave it a perfect score. It's not like it's one of few games through Famitsu that have gotten perfect scores.
Yeah, I'm about to do the scores.
Oh, okay.
Metacritic, it has on PS4, the original edition is 85 out of 100. PC, it's 80 out of 100. Nintendo Switch, so it's definitive, is 91 out of 100. PS4 S edition is 91, and Xbox One is 92. So it actually, the definitive edition basically bumped it up 10 points on Metacritic. Destructoid gave it 8 out of 10. EGM, I didn't even know they're still around. 8.5 out of 10. Famitsu, famous like difficult Japanese reviewer, gave it 40 out of 40. They do a lot of controversial takes now that I'm like a little older. I think they gave that to Chrono Cross as well. Game Informer, 8.25 out of 10. It goes on with they're like high, except for PC Gamer. Everyone was pretty high except for PC Gamer gave it a 68 out of 100. Ooh, a little hard.
Oh, one more point, they would have had it. They had it right there. 68. One more point.
Yeah, and then you'd get
The weed number.
Brian's favorite number.
The weed number. Sorry. Go on. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail.
Nope, that's good. So yeah, Famitsu, like Teddy was saying, get 40 out of 40. I don't know if I would agree with that. But
no, but they have a very so. First off, that's the PS4 version they're rating because that was done in 2018. Second, it is the second Dragon Quest game to get a perfect score. Do you remember the other one?
Dragon Quest 7?
it's either 3 or 5.
It's Dragon Quest 9.
9 got a 40 out of 40?
9 is the only other Dragon Quest game to get a 40 out of 40. And at the time of when Famitsu was first kind of originated, the highest rated game for the longest time was Dragon Warrior. Which one?
3?
7.
2.
2.
Dragon Warrior 2
Ooh.
was the highest rated with like a 36, and Zelda 2 was like the closest or something. It was second.
Famitsu is nonsense. This
Well, I
is
can
a
kind of see
garbage
it, like coming
publication.
from 1 to 2. They did improve 2 a lot, and people love 2. So yeah, they probably rate it pretty high.
Well, you know
I
how
like
their
2.
scoring system works, right?
No, I don't.
Do they have
no
4
idea.
reviewers?
They have 4 reviewers, and they rate them out of 10, and then they combine all of them to give it the score. So that means that 4 people played Dragon Quest 9, gave it a 10 out of 10, and 4 people played Dragon Quest 11 and gave it a 10 out of 10.
Dragon Quest 11, I could sort of see it just because
Oh
it's
wait, but,
newer.
sorry.
stuff.
One thing before you
Oh.
talk, don't want to lose this thought. Sorry, but the thing that really a stale and aging skeleton, is that what one of those reviews said? I can't agree with. That's like that almost sounds like unprofessional. A stale and aging skeleton of a battle system. What would I forget what that
no,
was?
the
Positive
engine.
reviewer. Don't even worry.
They're talking about
That's like, do they even get what Dragon Quest is like? That's just somebody who shouldn't have reviewed the game, probably.
No, I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree with that concept. What they're saying is that the engine that they ran it on, the Unreal Engine 4, is a scale and is a frail and aging skeleton. And I do see problems with
Were
that.
they talking about that or the battle system?
No, I think they're talking about the engine. Because
Okay.
they said that the upgraded visuals and presentation were grafted onto a frail and aging skeleton. Like the engine that they had is bad, but they put like a lot of makeup on it and lipstick on it that it still looks good. It's
Yeah, I
just
took that
that
as like the battle system was aging.
I don't think that's what they meant. Maybe they did, but to me,
Okay,
it
sorry, I
seems-
just wanted to bring that up. That's the thing that stuck out to me. Like, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go
Well, I was
ahead.
gonna say like Famitsu has a lot of hot takes that are kind of bizarre. Like in putting 9 as a perfect game. I guess you have to take everything as to when it was released and like be in that frame of mind. But God, I look at 9 as one of my least favorite Dragon Quest games.
And it must have just
And-
been different there because you're playing in Japan where other people are playing, and it was
Yeah.
designed as a
Right.
multiplayer experience.
Yeah.
It would never get a
I think
perfect
that's
score
a
in
good
the
point.
States, but in Japan, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it just hit differently there, where it culturally it made more sense.
Because everybody had a DS. You're close to everybody. You could street pass or whatever it was called to go into your game or whatever. When I played 9, I never did any of that. It was just a single player game, so I only played it through that. So I have no idea what the grottos stuff is or anything like that. Maybe that was a lot of it.
We did a little bit of that, and I just didn't see like it was fine. I just didn't see anything of it being great. But again, maybe at the time it just hit the right way in Japan. But that's crazy. I assumed 3 would have been their big shining
3's
star.
pretty high up there. I know. It's in the top 10. I think 3 is probably.
Top 10
Interesting.
Dragon Quest games.
I wouldn't
Top
put
10
2 as
Dragon
my
Quest.
top. I would put
I
2
like
as number
2.
1.
I like 2.
Well, I think we were all here because we like all of them in some
Yeah, I like
fashion.
9 too. It's just the one
But
if
would
I
you
had
put
to
2
choose.
as your top? Like I wouldn't put that in the
No, but I
top
put it
category.
when I'm playing it. I'm like, I like this a lot. And when I'm playing 3, I'm like, I like this a lot. It's hard for me to rank them because I like them all.
Hmm.
I would like to replay 9 sometime. I only played that one once.
I would not. The problem
That's
with
why I want to
9
replay it because I remember it not. It had some cool puns like Swine Dimple's Academy and stuff.
and the
And I like
Xerox.
this class system. Yeah, Xerox. Yeah, that
Yeah.
town.
But like the way that it was designed, I guess like because it
And-
was designed as more of a multiplayer game.
Yeah,
But when you play it by yourself, it feels so empty, and
Yeah.
the quests themselves feel so lackluster and bare bones because you're supposed to be enjoying it with other people.
yeah. That's probably one of the reasons I didn't love it as much as the others. It was built so much on that assumption, I guess, that you do that. Maybe that's why they. Well, we're not talking about 9, so
Well, for
Yeah,
the sake of
don't look on.
accuracy, I'm just going to tell you the scores because I mean, 3 is up there, but before 3 there was 2, so 2 was the highest for its time,
Mhm.
and it maintained that number 1 spot. So Dragon Warrior 1 was given a. Oh, this is bizarre. I guess the SNES version was out at the time or something, so they rated that. Maybe they hadn't rated the first one. Well, that one got a 35. Dragon Warrior 2 got a 38. Dragon Warrior 3 got a. And I'm saying Dragon Warrior, but it's Dragon Quest. The NES version's another 38. So it tied Dragon Quest 2.
Okay.
At least that.
Yeah, let's see if that.
Well, the SNES version is better and more improved than the. At least it doesn't have the problems at the end of the game like the NES version. So maybe.
Maybe Famitsu just started around that era. They didn't start. I don't know anything about Famitsu.
Yeah, I don't either.
So maybe they just started around SNES era.
I can tell you. It started in 1986. Because it's
Dragon
Famicom.
Quest.
It's a Famicom magazine, primarily.
Oh yeah,
Right?
Famitsu.
Well, then it should have done those. That's weird. that they would
Famicom.
write-
Yeah.
So it
Super
actually.
Nintendo.
Okay, I'll read you history. And not too much of this. We can move on after this. Login, a computer game magazine, started in 1982, and it became a periodic magazine. Famicom Tsushin was a column in Login focused on the Famicom and ran from March 1985 to a December 1986 issue. And because it received a good reception, the publisher found a magazine specialized for it. The first issue was published on June 6, 1986 as Famicom Tsushin.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There you go.
Do you want to know the first game to get a perfect score?
Ocarina of Time.
Yep. Brian got
Whoa, Brian.
it. Let's go. Old man brain
Dude.
working.
No, there were no perfect games.
got some
for
life in this
Ocarina of
old-
Time.
There you go. There you have it.
There's life in this old dog yet.
That's a rap quote.
Yeah, I brought it back. It's called Bringing It Back Around.
Talk about bringing it back around. You guys ready to talk about the game? It's what? How many hours into this now? Almost 2.
Almost.
Almost 2 hours in.
Let's go.
All right. Let's talk about the game. So the story takes off. The game is set in the world of Erdrea. It begins as the kingdom of Dundrasil is invaded and destroyed by an army of monsters. The protagonist, an infant during the attack, survives and is found floating down a river by an older man named Chalky in the village of Cobblestone. The protagonist is adopted by Chalky's daughter Amber and raised in the town. After the protagonist's coming of age ceremony, Amber reveals the truth about his birth and adoption and sends him to meet King Carnelian of Heliodor. However, the king accuses him of being an evil entity and throws him into the dungeons. Title crawl begins. Ooh. Well, actually, it begins when they leave, but whatever. Same thing. Pretty cool videos they have. Like, it was always nice seeing it rendered in such high definition. I always when I see like the cutscenes in this game, I'm like, why can't the game just look like that? Why does the game have to look downgraded from those cutscenes? The cutscenes look cool.
I think the game still looks nice. Cutscenes look good too.
Should look better.
fair enough.
Either way.
If it meant to hold the game back another 5 years or get it out in the way it is, I'd rather have it out because I thought the graphics were not my problem with the game at all.
So what do you guys think about the beginning story here?
It's great. It's a very like a Bible tale, Noah down the river kind of thing in the basket.
That's
It
true.
kind of sets up a mystery as to what those little toggle guys are, which I don't quite feel the game really explains too well at the end until like the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
It has like a mystery of like it being attacked by like the evil forces, the monsters. You get to see some of the classic Dragon Quest monsters in the cool 3D, like you said, how it looks pretty cool. How the game looks in the cutscenes. Got to see like the Griffin enemy with the wings and stuff. You got to see the Duran guys with the big shields that have like these mouths in their shield there. And you got to see this girl that you might meet later on that you don't know is that girl, and then it kind of so basically like the beginning part kind of comes back later about 20 hours in, and you kind of start to realize, oh yeah, that's what's happening. It's kind of like a foreshadowing of things to come, which I thought was kind of cool.
I think Act 1 is probably has the strongest story components of the game. I don't love all of Act 1's story elements, but some of them, like you can see this game comes out of the gate swinging. The idea of the luminary going off to Heliodor on his big grand day and then basically being arrested and his hometown being ransacked. And then you come back and you have to re-explore your destroyed town. That is so Dragon Quest, if I ever saw it. And I loved that. You know, that one hit home. I think what my first time that I really got emotional during this game actually happens with the foster father figure in Cobblestone. And it happens when you basically talk to like a flashback of him, and he says, "I knew you'd come one day," or something along those lines. And you know, if you've come
Live
here, that
life
means
with
something.
love in your heart.
Yeah, exactly. What do you say?
Live life with love in your heart. Don't hold
Live life.
grudges.
Just
or something
remember,
like that.
live life with love in your heart. And I'm like, that is
Mhm.
such a grandfather or like father
Yeah.
figure thing to say. And I was
Yeah.
like, I love this. Beautiful moment, and the game never fully recaptures that for me, sadly. Then when you're off in Heliodor and you're arrested, and you know you're with Eric, you do the big escape sequence, the great escape. There's a fucking green dragon in the basement spewing flames that you're running from. Terrific. Honestly, that reminded me of I forget.
Good reveal of the game.
I don't know who the actor is. I want to say it's like Harrison Ford, but I'm wrong. It's not him. Where he's like on the run from police and he has to like jump off a waterfall. It's like an iconic movie moment.
Oh yeah, that was Harrison Ford, The Fugitive.
Hey, there we
of,
go.
right?
I got it.
Yeah, he's
Excellent.
like, I didn't kill my wife. I don't care. Yeah.
I got Harrison Ford
Yeah,
vibes from that
Yeah.
sequence.
A grumpy old guy. Yeah, I did kind of. It's cool reveal. He like pulls back his. The name's Eric, by the way. And then they run and they jump off, and then the title screen, boom, right hits you.
Yeah.
Right up there.
Oh, it's so good. First few hours of this game, I love that. Even
Mhm.
just kind of walking through the town with Eric. Some really cool kind of like scaling scope sequences, walking across tight ropes and stuff. Something that I don't really feel like
Mhm.
they do in any more towns after that.
Yeah.
So very strong start, and I could see because I played the demo first, and the demo basically lets you go through all that along with some Veronica and Serena segments, and that had pulled me in. That had made me excited to see what the rest of the game had in store.
Mm-hmm.
I just like that you end up living in a van down by the river.
Wait, that's the Glenn Foley motivational speaker. Who was that guy? Chris Farley played. Yeah.
Yep.
I will say that first town. Speaking of, so we don't get off track talking about Chris Farley roles, but that first town, Teddy, I like to go back to that. That's a very good impression for a first town. Like you're coming from the sticks and the country in Cobblestone, and then the whole time you're like just admiring the beautiful scenery. You're fighting slimes or those little cruel cumbers, which are great.
Cool.
They're like cucumbers with the spears. The anime design in this game is great.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
It's so great. Like they look so lively. And when you go into Heliodor, and it's just a sprawling city where you can crawl on the top, and it feels like bigger than it is because there are parts that you can't go in, but it doesn't load. Like it's that part you can go in any door and it doesn't load. Like it's kind of like seamless going to the houses and stuff. Is really really cool. And then you're just exploring, and then you go up to the castle. And then the big twist happens where you're the hero, but you're getting thrown into jail. It's a pretty cool opening to the game. It really leaves a good impression on you and really sucked me in anyway to play more.
I'm gonna move combat to after characters and story.
Yeah, let's do story. I think we should talk about 3 acts.
Kind of on a roll here.
Is that all right?
That's probably the best way because each act has its own feel. I think. And we will talk about probably what we thought of the third act. I think that's a big discussion for a lot of people in this game. Do you like the third act? Do you not like the third act?
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. I had an idea, but we'll switch and just stick to the act structure, and then we'll get back to the. I want to talk about the characters, but we'll do that after. All right. So Act 1 is essentially your journey to the World Tree. It plays out a lot like a traditional Dragon Quest game. I have some personal issues with Act 1, but in general, I like it. I do think that it feels almost like an extended tutorial. I don't feel like they ever really let you off the rails, which I usually like in a Dragon Quest game. But although I will say that a lot of Dragon Quest games are like this and then let you go later. So I give it a pass. It's just that it takes a long time.
I will say one thing. That part where it lets you go later. When you get to that part in Act 1 in 11 and you get the ship, and usually the ship in Dragon Quest you can go everywhere pretty much. This one, it is kind of constrained. Like you can go everywhere when you get the ship, but you're limited to certain points on the map. So it's in that regard, it is kind of. Sorry, go right ahead.
Right, exactly. And to with that, that's a good point. Is that even at times where it does let you explore, and it's got this beautiful, huge world, you really still feel limited as where you can go, and you pretty quickly visit everywhere that's like the extra stuff, like the insulas, the islands. You kind of wrap that up pretty quickly. Whereas I think in other Dragon Quest, you're kind of left with like mystery and the exploration becomes part of the gameplay. I don't think in Act 1 exploration is ever part of the gameplay. It's really like a straight shot.
Yeah, it's more like setting up the characters, getting into the world. The ship, you get the ship, and I think the game really starts to pick up once you get to Dundersill. I think the game really kind of lets it off a little bit, and you kind of pick up steam from there. Once you have your whole party together, and you really can. That whole area in Dundersill is one of my favorite parts in the game. Just the whole going down in the valley and seeing the trees and going to Dundersill Castle in ruins. That's really awesome.
So the only pushback I would give for that is that even though it is a straight shot, the adventure still feels kind of vast because a lot of these territories are new at this point. One of my favorite things to do is kind of just stop at a campfire and hang out with my party. I get big Chrono Trigger vibes from that.
Okay.
The one opening scene where they're around a campfire, yeah. Which is in Dragon Quest 6 too, where they're all around at the beginning of 6. That's a cool, and you get to see him like all reading like Rab's like looking at his Ogler's Digest sometimes, or Hendrix or the other characters like sharpening his sword or whatever, or training against the dummy. So they all do kind of unique things, and the campfire is kind of cool because how much if you're on Dragon Quest, if you're out in the middle of the world, and it would be cool to like save out in the middle of the world at like a campsite. I thought that was a cool addition he brought up.
Right,
that's kind of cool.
In Act 2 and 3, it's just not as frequent for reasons, which we'll get into. So
yeah. So after go ahead.
Some notable locations are like we talked about Heliodor, but there's other cool places. Every place has its own style to it, which I appreciate, which is kind of a staple in Dragon Quest. But I like in Hado that it's a very Japanese place.
Yeah, they
And
bring back the Jin Pang music from 3.
mhm.
Yeah.
And they only speak in haikus, which
Which
is
would have took a lot of work to do. My
I
God.
know.
And
I
it's
can't
like
even
you're doing
imagine.
this for like the US release. And the US release was the only one that had voice acting. Like the Japanese release when it was first released did not have it. So they did put all that voice acting, all that retranslation of the haikus. Like it's amazing what they did for a series that's not that huge here. They're trying, but it's not picking up. Yeah, that haiku town, Hoto. I always said Hoto, but I think it's Hoto. That was a great town. Like all the towns in this game are fabulous.
Mhm.
They all have a distinct feeling to them.
Like phenomenon.
Yeah, Phenomenon. Yeah, and Sniffelheim, like a German town, Sniffelheim. Come on, that's pretty great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Undersill, I don't know. Sorry.
I think this act has one quest in particular. The Lana Lulu
Lulu. Yeah.
Mhm.
has the mermaid quest where you have to take the mermaid and she married or she was fell in love with a fisherman.
Hi, yeah.
And like, oh my god, that whole quest is so I very rarely get emotional in video games. There's very few moments where I'm like actually feel something from a video game. And that one really gets to me of just her journey and like she lives forever, but humans don't live that long and so he's like
Mhm.
long dead. And it's just like so powerful to me the way they told that story.
Yeah, that part got to me as well. I was tearing up a little bit. Just the fact that they rhymed her last, like when she comes out of the water, a mermaid that sets foot on land, or something. And then I don't care if I go back to the brine. At least I got to see Kai for one last time. And then she like goes on land and she like just disintegrate, or she goes back in the water and she like disintegrates or something. It's like
Yeah.
sad. It's
Oh
like
yeah.
something. It's like really got to me.
Hmm.
But yeah, the beats in this game like really hit me pretty hard. Like the story beats in this game. A few in particular, which we'll get to. But yeah, that mermaid scene, man. Oof, that was hard.
The rhyme is actually what
Teddy,
broke
any-
it for
yeah.
me, sadly, but I see what you guys are saying, so I don't want to rain on your parade. But
Oh,
there's
you
a
didn't?
parade.
Okay.
There's
What-
a Sylvando parade.
Wait, what broke it for you?
The
The
way
mermaid
she
part,
talks
I
in
think.
rhyme, like I don't know, it kind of lost
Oh.
like some of the power of that moment for me.
Okay.
Oh, that's crazy. Because yeah, like all the mermaids in the series always rhyme.
Hmm.
They
I
like,
guess just
even
voice
in,
acting
Yes.
like it made it feel kind of tacky. I don't know. I can't really say.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Yeah, because 6 they rhymed as well. But yeah, was there a part in this game? Well, you already mentioned it. Never mind, Teddy. There was a part in this game that got you. You mentioned earlier.
Yeah, my biggest moments for Act 1 were probably like the beginning moments, the intros of majority of the characters,
Chalky.
and the end of this act.
Hmm. Yeah, the end of this act ends so good. Like I was like glued to my screen, like at that part.
yeah, where you make it all the way to the world tree, and you end up fighting Jasper, and then get destroyed by Mortigan because you're a weakling. You're a puny little boy.
Yeah, he reveals he reveals himself, and he like sucks. He like sucks your luminary power. He like sticks his hand. I don't know how he does it. Like evil vacuum or something. Sticks his hand through him and sucks up his luminary power to get it. And then he like can open up Yggdrasil's heart to get the sword, and he transforms it into like a demon-looking, some kind of weird.
With like the eye.
Yeah, there's like an eye in it that shot lasers later, and he like basically destroyed the world. It's very much gave me a feeling of like Final Fantasy 3 when I first played it. Like the world ends, but that something happens to the world and you don't know what's going to happen, and then the act just like ends and it asks you to save. During that point, you're going up. Basically, the whole of Act 1 is just putting everybody together and trying to find the Yggdrasil branch to figure out what to do. and like you're tracing this guy who sold the Yggdrasil branch. So you start off in Hotto, you find Veronica, and you hear about this branch. So you go to Dundrasil where you hear about it. You go to Dundrasil, you meet Sylvando, you go through. What do you guys think about Prince Ferris? Ferris and the whole his character in Gallopolis, not Dundrasil, but Gallopolis, where you go to look for the branch, and you had the prince there who was like kind of like a coward, but he redeems himself in the end. Like I like Prince Ferris. At first I didn't think I'd like him, but he does kind of like come back after you beat the Slayer. So what happens is like the prince is like in a horse race, but he doesn't know how to ride a horse, so you got to go in his stead and ride the horse, and you ride his armor. And you're supposed to meet him afterwards and exchange armor, but he gets caught by Sylvando. And then at that point, this monster's attacking. So they think the prince is real brave, so they ask him to go out and slay it, but he's a coward. So you go out in his stead and slay it, but he takes the credit. And then at the end, the Slayer of the Sand, they take him back. And I don't know why they decided to like just chain him up and take him back and put him in the middle of the city from the wake up. And maybe they thought he was dead, but seems kind of an unsafe thing to do to not check if he's dead before you bring a gigantic 10-foot tall scorpion monster in your city. But and then he kind of like tries to fight off the scorpion and he fails, but he shows a little bit of growth there as to he's going to try. Even though he's been off his duties, he's going to try.
Yeah, well, and we can't go into that detail on everything, but in general with this one, I think the importance of that story is to show what knights mean in this world. Because obviously it ties into Sir Hendrik was there, who used to deal with the monsters and help them with stuff, and then he's gone for obvious reasons. And then our friend Sylvando is there, who is a knight, but is a little bit he's gone awry from the typical knight path, but he's still able to help him understand what it means to be a knight. And I think it's a great story that shows like redemption and don't be a coward. You can't be a coward, and you have to fight even if your sword is broken, which happened to him. So I think it's a great story for it. It wasn't my favorite story, but I its importance is clear.
At first, I thought it was going to be another Charmless, so I'm glad it wasn't like Dragon Quest VIII's Charmless, because I really didn't like Charmless that well on Dragon Quest VIII. So it was good to see him like get something. Like he wasn't a total bad guy. He was just But I'm sorry, we were talking about Act 2. I just wanted to bring that up, so we'll go on.
Oh, are we moving to Act 2?
Oh no, we were at the Yggdrasil part, and I kind of changed the subject.
Oh no, but like before we leave Act 1, are there any other stories you guys remember from Act 1 that you liked?
Yeah, Dundrasil. The whole part where you find out who Rab is and who
Beautiful
Jade
music.
was. Yeah, beautiful music. Jade was the girl at the beginning who carried you. Her mom gave you you in a basket and told you to run, and your mom died because of that attack at the beginning in Dundrasil. So you find out about that. You find out about Rab being your grandpa. That part really hit for me. How they said how you found out he was your grandpa. I'm trying to remember what they exactly said, but there was something like somebody brought it up like, oh yeah, Eric's like, that would make you no. But you found it out. Eric comments on it too, like that would make you his grandpa or something like that. But that whole act, and then Hendrik finds you, and then Jade has to fight off Hendrik, and you take Hendrik's horse and leave him there for as big as Hendrik is. He just gets like foiled there, and he's like dumbfounded that his horse got stolen from him. He's like, "What have you become, princess?" And he run off with the luminary. That was a cool part. That was probably the part in Act 1 I liked the most. That whole Thundersill area is walking in, and you see the dragon there. You're fighting, just standing around in Thundersill. You got to talk to Rab after the tournament. That was cool. And
well, it's cool seeing a game tell a story without speaking to you, which is kind of one of my problems with this game, is how many cutscenes there are where they're just talking. Mm-hmm. But it's nice to see scenes where they're just telling a story through the environment, and Dundrasil is a great example of that, where it's like a destroyed city, but you can tell that it has importance to people.
Yeah. Because you see your mom and dad's grave there, and Rab's talking to him. And he that's how you find out he's your grandpa. something around there, and it's like hit a lot, hit pretty hard for me. Yeah, I love that game then, but when I played that part, I was in like I was really into that game. Like that part's what really stuck out to me in Act 1 for sure.
Teddy, any more parts from Act 1?
Those are the major ones. There's not. I mean, there's parts I didn't like that I don't really want to get into.
Okay. Let's move on to Act 2. So the world tree has been destroyed. So this is where the additions from the S edition come in, as they pick up before we get back to our hero. But throughout the act, we're going to collect the team. We're going to add Hendrik. And then the goal is to defeat Mordigan.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
I guess let's first talk about the S edition additions and what. I guess we kind of addressed them earlier, but
yeah.
Here's where they kick in.
This is a worse act, by the way.
Yeah, the interstitials between them don't really. They add more story, but they kind of. I think you mentioned less is more. I think they would have been better without them. They don't really carry over that much weight. I don't think. It's kind of cool. Like I think Sylvando's is first. You got to collect the Soldiers of Smile, and it kind of tells how has that band with him when you meet him in Act 2. And you kind of collect, and they have kind of cool personalities, but I didn't really like that much going around Gallopolis doing that. And then you have, I think, Rab's or Eric's is next. I don't remember, but we'll say Rab. His is cool to kind of see like him, Dundrasil, when it was lively before the monsters came and attacked. It was kind of cool to see him and your dad, Erwin, King Erwin. And you got to see, I think, yourself, like, when you were leaving. It's got to see, like, yourself as a kid. Like, Rab has to leave. He says, I have to go now, because he could stay there. Or was that, am I getting that confused with later in Act 2? There was a part where it could be, let me think. Yeah, no, that was the interstitial part, where he's like, I have to go, and you have to leave that all behind.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't, like, it's like almost like if you don't, you could stay there and be happy, but he has to leave because the world's a wreck. So
right, he's being lulled into false security. Yeah,
right, exactly, by Grandmaster Pang, who I like that character, Grandmaster Pang.
Uh-oh.
And then you need no, she's a very well developed character. But then you have I think Eric's could have came first, which is kind of cool because I mentioned before, and you mentioned or I mentioned the similarity between getting Healy from Dragon Quest IV. You kind of have a slime party member in the Flying Rock Fortress by this one guy. Forget his name, but he's this big guy with the speedo. Looks like a lost leader enemy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we can't get into every little detail of it, but essentially it's just like their little stories before they come, and I think it really takes away from when you find them later, because it's like now you know everything. I don't want to know everything.
I agree.
I just want to know like what I need to know, and I can fill in. That's kind of like a silent protagonist, right? Is like I can fill in some of the details of myself. And just like carry me through the story. And you're right. I think the pacing is a huge problem with what the additions is, that they really like stagger the second act as like a weird, like almost like anime like arc of like things that don't seem to matter very much. And especially,
you basically have to put everybody back together again. Like
right, and I'm cool with that, but it's like the additions that they did where you're not your character, you're these other characters. It is a little bit jarring too, because they're not silent protagonists. So you're used to being like a silent protagonist the whole time, playing your character and growing with your stats. And then now you're playing as Sylvando, who to be honest was never even in my main party. He was like a character I generally forgot about, and honestly I forgot to fill in his character builder throughout the story. So like I'm just like sitting here with this character I don't really like, and now I have to spend like 2 to 3 hours with him in a story that I don't
think it's that long. I think it's like an hour, probably.
Sure, however long it is, but it's time that I just didn't really appreciate.
Yeah, if those characters don't resonate with you, you're not going to want to play a act just as them. I can understand that.
Well, no,
Yeah,
hold
it's just
on.
I felt like
I want to jump in here because you guys are going at it for a while here. This is an exposition dump. This sucks. This is bad. And every element, whether it's the added elements or basically the remainder of the act. The only part of this act I enjoyed was going to the pie in the sky, you know, that dark area, and getting the whale. That's when it finally picked up, finally got back to combat first. But otherwise, it was like, and Spencer's right with the stats thing. You know, this game is about building your party, and you're literally playing as like one character at a time, maybe two, or like one and a guy who doesn't matter. Like Sylvando and his like the Coop Troop. What are they called? The Goof Troops? I don't know.
Soldiers of Smile. Yeah,
Jesus.
Soldiers of Smile.
Oh my God, that was a drag if I ever played one. And, you know, Sylvando, I guess you miss his peppy, happy honey or whatever, you know, because now he's all gloomy and mopey. And I think
Yeah, it's about him coming out of it. Yeah.
Right. And that's another thing that I have not gotten into yet, but I really do feel like sometimes in terms of the story, the game kind of insults your intelligence. And I'm saying that harshly. I mean, I think it's written more for kids than it is for adults because it's very just, oh, what do I do? The world sucks. Da, 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 da. And I feel that way about a lot of the storytelling in the game. And it wouldn't be an issue if it wasn't such a heavy focus. There is such a focus on storytelling, especially in this act. And when you've already gone through 10, 20, 30 hours to get here, and then it just slows down even further, this could be a major turning point. All my achievements I got for completing major story components at this point, the percentage went down below 10. People did not get this far.
Yeah, I think the middle part of the game, it just didn't need to be there between Act 1 and 2. The game already has it's not like it didn't explain what happened. If you didn't have those middle parts, you wouldn't be lost because you wouldn't be. It's just like they wanted to add more to it, and I just think like less is more. Like you didn't have to do that.
Yeah, I don't agree necessarily with Teddy your idea that the whole act is an exposition dump. I think it's very story heavy, but I don't know if I would call it a dump. I think those like first parts with just the single characters is trash, and that I would get rid of. But the rest of it I was cool with. It has a lot of really cool moments in it. Like I liked well, specifically finding out what happens to Veronica was probably one of the best moments in like gaming storytelling ever. That scene is so with like the music and the visual that they had with it, which is simple, but I think it's really effective. It was so tragic, and again, it's like this game really moved me in that way. So, and which is rare for a video game to do that to me, especially Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest very rarely makes me emotional. The only other time I can think of it was like 8 with a certain quest that was almost like a side quest. But for the most part, Dragon Quests don't really get me that way. But this game really got me with the Veronica situation.
Same here. That was really hard for me. I was tearing up, especially what happens to Serena.
I did not get it that impression when I got there. I felt like it was rushed. I don't know. It felt like, oh, it's just you come into town and oh, everyone's a little gloomy, and then yeah, there's a little apparition by the tree. Oh, and by the way, she sacrificed herself so that y'all would be protected. I was like, what? Like it kind of came out of nowhere for me. But I mean, if you guys felt it, like that's great.
Well, that's because I think what it means to me, or I don't want to speak for Brian, but you go through the whole thing of collecting all your party members and trying to see where they ended up after the world tree collapse. And that's one of the reasons, again, why the additions in the beginning were just nonsense, because it was
because
I wanted to find it, not just have it.
Yeah, and they didn't give Serena and Veronica one. So you kind of, in the back of your head, you're wondering something happened to them. They're not showing them. Something big's happening.
So
it kind of spoils it a little bit.
So like one by one, you collect them. So like if I'm just forgetting about the first part of it, because that's just trash. But like collecting them back, and it's like, oh, Sylvando's here, and he's like leading this brigade to make people happy. Okay, that's his character. Cool. Jade is like captured by this guy, and she's like a demon. Like, let's just bring her back. Let's fix her. And Rab, we bring him back from that weird He's like
He ate,
like a
he ate
skinny
a
guy or
Denny's
something.
meal. He's back to it. He ate one Denny's meal and he's back to full figure. I love that part, by the
Yeah.
way. He's like a
Um,
skeleton and emaciated when you find him, and then he like, oh, I just ate a big breakfast.
Yeah, that's so funny. And so yeah, you get all these characters back, and I think that's what's interesting is that, and then you're like, oh, Serena's here. You're usually like always with your sister. Oh, she's not with you, so something must have happened to her, and then that's when you find out that she actually died. I thought that was immensely powerful. I love that moment. I mean, it
Yeah.
breaks me up, but
Yeah, it broke me up too, but I understand if it didn't hit with you. I will say what happens to Serena in Act Two is very awesome. She gets so much. She becomes like one of your most powerful characters in Act Two. She can use black magic. She can use white magic. She can use whips, spears, anything you want to do with her. She has like Veronica's abilities and her own together, and she becomes like Super Serena. She's like amazing.
wish she didn't cut her hair.
Yeah, she kind of went with the snip, snip, went with a little bob there, which I didn't mind. I'm not a picky guy.
I do like her playing of the lyre.
Oh yeah,
So it's a nice
yeah,
jingle.
I learned how to play that on the guitar.
yeah. And then when she said like, "Oh, cool," when she
Do you
said,
have it?
"Not," well, when she didn't say, "Okay," when she said like, "Would you mind not going anywhere for a while? I think I'm going to cry." I was like tearing up. I was like, "Oh
Yeah.
man,
It's so beautiful.
I'm sorry. I won't be a bother again."
You know what it
Just
is?
her hair.
You guys are Veronica fans, so maybe I just wasn't a fan. So I
Maybe.
just like, okay,
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, if you don't like it, if you didn't hit with you, I didn't hit with you.
Hmm.
You know.
Yeah, Veronica's probably one of my favorite characters in all of Dragon Quest. I think she's phenomenal.
Yeah.
A phenomenon.
She's she's from
Phenomenon.
Phenomenon.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When she's trying to get in that bar in Act 1. That's funny. Yeah, I will say that this game does have a lot of story. That it's like interrupts a lot of the game for story parts, which I can definitely see that being a problem for some people. And I think that's just the direction they wanted to go with this one, to tell more of a story like that. Which, I mean, 8 had bits like that too. They weren't nearly as many as this one, but it still had bits like that. But I can definitely see Teddy's complaints.
Well,
or
I have a larger
criticism
problem
about
that I can
Yeah.
expand on with this about why storytelling in Dragon Quest XI is problematic.
Okay.
In this respect, I think that Dragon Quest XI maybe hasn't evolved well with the times, simply due to like the display or UI and the way it combines with amount of storytelling and then also dialogue boxes. By the time that a character has finished speaking, I've read the text 2 times over. So I'm sitting there just waiting for them to finish their lines, and then it just gets dull, and I go like, duh, duh, duh. I keep moving on past the dialogue, and there's just so much of it that whatever act it is, I think especially Act 2, but also Act 1 to some extent, I just get bored. I get bored of watching it. I feel like I'm watching an anime. I feel like the storytelling is not riveting enough. And I mean, there's a good foundation for a lot of these. There's good like Fable settings, like the Honolulu bit. Sure, it's great. And I appreciate the tie-ins with, you know, stories that you kind of are familiar with on a regular basis. It's just not like, it's not captivating me while I'm playing it. And it's so long, the game is so long that I kind of just want to keep it moving. And some of my favorite elements of this game that I wanted to get the most into were the character building and the customizations. And I felt like Act 2 stifles that in many ways.
That's a good point. It does move slower. I will say the customization I liked a lot more than 8, because 8 you kind of didn't know where to put your point.
We'll talk
Okay.
about that in a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I didn't mind it, which I feel kind of like a hypocrite, because usually I don't like a lot of cutscenes. But this one, for some reason, I really like them. Maybe it's because I haven't played a lot of newer games, and they were trying to do something new. For JRPGs, I should say newer JRPGs, but I don't tend to like that in JRPGs. Like, I just want them to get to the point and stuff. That's why I like the older 16-bit style that don't really. Well, even they had like dialogue boxes, but anyway, I could do without cutscenes, but for some reason this one really stuck with me. But I definitely understand where you're coming from, Teddy.
I'm somewhere in the middle here because like I think it has too many cutscenes. I will be pretty blunt about that. I think this game has way too many.
Mhm.
But I also acknowledge that some of the better moments in the game wouldn't happen or wouldn't have the impact that they had without the cutscenes. So it's like
Catch
I'm
22.
of two minds. Yeah, I'm kind of like of two minds of it because when I play Dragon Quest, I don't really want that much story. And certainly, if there's a character I don't like and they have like an extended cutscene, it's really a drag. Like when Sylvando's going crazy and like popping off, and it's like, God, shut
Yeah.
up, dude. But like the Serena stuff was huge for me, and the Honolulu stuff, and there's other moments too, and it's like they wouldn't really work if they didn't like set them up already. So I'm kind of like of two minds with it, but I think maybe it's just like specifically with Dragon Quest, I wouldn't prefer this much dialogue.
Okay.
I think I could have done
one
with like
wish-
maybe
Oh,
half.
go ahead.
Just that's it. Maybe like half the dialogue that's in it.
My one wish here, and it's not a perfect solution, it would just be if you could toggle off the text for what they're saying. It's not necessary. I could not find a correct way to play this with voice acting or with it toggled off. With voice acting toggled off, yes, I'm reading it in time. However, their mouths are just moving like they look stupid. When I did it with Japanese voices, it sounded okay, but I just, I had read the thing multiple times by the time that they weren't even halfway done with their text. And it's the same thing with the English. And then it just sounds jarring when you're cutting off their speech midway through a paragraph or a sentence. So if I could the reason it's not a perfect solution is because it would still be long. There'd still be a lot to deal with, but at least I'd be absorbing it more movie-like, which is the intent. The intent is for you to absorb it like it's a actual animated cutscene. And the voice acting is done well enough anyway, where you don't need the subs, or if you did, you could turn them on and turn them off, but you just can't because it's Dragon Quest and because they've always done text in this way. That's where I think the disconnect is for me, because in Dragon Quest games prior to 8, there was no voice acting. So this was not a thing that was even a concern, but they never addressed this as a concern. And it could
Isn't
be
that
me
like
being
all
nitpicking.
modern games though?
Do all modern games have
So I will say
subtitles? I don't know, but do they have it so that your character speaks super slow and like about a dull story line that also has like, I don't know.
No, because now you're conflating. So you're conflating a different issue now with that. You just said a dull storyline, like that. That's a separate issue. But like, as far as like RPGs where they talk, with voice acting, I think they all do it where they have. I think I know Persona was like this. It was the same.
Yeah, but Persona 5,
it
I guess
had-
the visual style is not as pronounced. I'm not looking at characters' mouths moving. I don't know.
I will say one problem. Did you know that you could have the text auto scroll so you don't have to push the button?
I had
So it just- when
autoplay
it's
on
done
the
with the
entire
line-
time. Yeah, but
Okay.
the problem was I was still fast forwarding through it.
Okay. Maybe I'm just a slow reader.
No, I mean I read them too. I never really had that problem, but maybe I play more modern games and that's just kind of normal. Like that's just kind
Yeah,
of part
this
of them.
has me questioning my thoughts now, because I never was a big cutscene person at all in games, and I didn't like. I feel like I should not like that as much, but it didn't really bother me. I kind of felt like it, maybe because I was so into the game, and I'm sure you were too, but maybe I didn't have that problem. But yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I understand.
I think with a Persona 5 cutscene or Persona 4 cutscene, like the actual like most developed cutscene is not the same as like a in-game cutscene, right? It's the same thing here. Dragon Quest 11 cutscene that is animated versus or like hyper animated, like you see occasionally, versus the in-game cutscenes. The in-game
hyper animated
cutscenes-
ones don't have dialogue.
Well,
So
I don't have a
there
problem
was a
with the
part-
hyper animated ones anyway. So like that's not my issue. My issue is with all of the in-game cutscenes. I think when it comes to Persona 5, I could be wrong, but I feel like it's just like a character portrait on the screen that you see like above the text box. Like I think that's a decent workaround.
But isn't that still the same problem?
No, because
How is the problem different?
I think they're not animated. He could just scroll the text without. I think is what you're saying. Like you don't have to sit through people talking slowly or gesturing or whatever. You can just see the portrait there and read the text and scroll on.
I'm gonna
But
have
it's
to look
still
at an
doing the voice
example.
acting. It's still doing the voice acting where you'd have to skip ahead if you had already read it. I just don't. I'm confused on that one. Unless, because like you could make the argument that you don't like any of them, but if you're like specifically this one, it doesn't click. But we can move on to at the end. It's got a pretty standard ending to it where you just defeat Mortigan and the Dark Castle.
Yeah, we should talk about the castle. I really like that final castle. I think. Didn't you mention to me you liked it too, Teddy?
No, just hold on
The
before you
final
move on,
dungeon.
because I want to make sure that just my point is represented. I don't care to dwell on this, but like I just want to like, and if you don't understand what I'm talking about, and that's the end of it, that's fine. But I'm telling you that the pacing of the dialogue in Dragon Quest XI is so slow that I feel like I have to keep moving, and I don't feel that problem from other RPGs I played. Does it mean there aren't other RPGs that are in the modern era that have that problem? No, there probably are. However, I'm looking at
But you're
Persona
saying-
5 like in-game cutscenes, right? And it's like 1 to 2 lines.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is you're saying that the people talk too slow. Is that really what you're saying?
They talk too slow and the text moves too fast, and there is no way to address that.
Okay.
And because so
Well,
much of this game is dialogue heavy, it breaks the experience for me.
Gotcha. Okay. So
Okay.
we're gonna defeat Mortigan in the castle, and it plays out pretty much like a traditional Dragon Quest ending, of just storm the castle. It's got a lot of enemies in it. I think to me it loses something in the magic because the game doesn't have random encounters. So it's part of the challenge of the previous ones, specifically like I guess 7 and before. 8 was like this on the PS2, but the remake remedies it. You were just random encounters, so you had to fight your way up, whereas now you can kind of pick and choose your battles, which I think is antithetical to what a final dungeon should be. But it's still a cool dungeon. It's got some nice height to it, which I'd be kind of curious to see now how they do that in 2D. But what do you guys think of the final dungeon? And then
Oh,
Mortigan?
finally the game's getting good. I love the final dungeon. I loved it. It makes the best use probably of the rideable monsters. A lot of farming. I finally feel like I'm farming for metal slimes, king metal slimes at this point. You had seen some up to that point, but like it really feels necessary. I didn't even talk about this. I played up to this point on autoplay almost entirely. The auto battle. My entire team, even sometimes my main character. I felt the combat was just incredibly basic up to this point, but now I actually had to start making use of my party members. So yeah, the game gets a good challenge at this point, which I felt was much needed. There is a point to make about could you have done Draconian quests up to this point? Sure, but I don't like. I have a different take on those.
I agree on not switching it to Draconian because why not just play the game they intended you to play? Like that's what I've always felt that way of like, but like you can just change the difficulty. Well, it's like why don't I just play the game they wanted me to play and judge it based on that? It's weird when people make excuses like that.
And it disrupts like
Yeah.
what you would play this segment as anyway. Like it gets
Right,
difficult to this point,
exactly.
so now I need to play an extra difficult moment that was everything was easy before then.
Right. It would just completely skew the balance of the game you just played. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, most RPGs are not hard. I mean, you can grind through anything, at least the ones I played. So I didn't think the difficulty was a problem. It was a fun journey throughout, and that was the default difficulty. If you want to play a second playthrough as Draconian, then go ahead. But I do want to talk about the metal slimes. My first playthrough, I grinded to level 99 in that dungeon.
Wow.
Oh my
So
god.
I the rest of the game was like a breeze for me because I just kept using like just grinding metal slimes because they were so frequent. and I
Man,
could
why
call.
would you do that?
I just was having fun farming them.
Oh my god, to each their own, I guess.
But I do like the dungeon because like it's kind of like a lock and like it's a checkpoint kind of system because you unlock like ice in the top level, and then you can go higher and you unlock another level, and then when you go in it again, if you want to make another trip for treasure or whatever, you can just take one of those flying dragon enemies and just fly right to the top without going through everything. That was kind of cool because it's like multiple layers that blocked off at the top, and you break the ice, and then you can just keep going right up to the top.
Yeah. And what about the final stretch? We're gonna defeat Mortigan. He's like the two-headed. Well, I guess there's Jasper and then Mortigan. So
Yeah, I don't like Jasper. I don't like the fact that you beat him and then he comes back and then he ties you up with like those vines. It's like, come on, I just killed you. I hit you with like a frizzle. Like you should be dead. I destroyed you, and then he comes back, and then like you bust out with the power of love or something.
Was that not the most anime thing?
Oh,
It was kind of it was kind of like I would have like just like that part I could have just dealt without, but they wanted this story with Hendrik and him, and it never really resonated with me because it doesn't matter. He was a jerk. I don't feel any redemption towards Jasper. He did his path. That's what he's stuck with. He's gone. Like I know Hendrik liked them, but they tried to make Jasper like this thing that I cared about. Like this character, and he was never that to me. Mortigan, I thought, was very well developed. I thought he was a pretty decent bad guy.
Yeah, the Jasper thing just never clicked either. It was just kind of like he's just an obstacle in my way, and they're like, no, he means well, but it's like it doesn't. He's done nothing in this game to show me that he means well. Like
yeah, he kidnaps Eric. Yeah, he kidnaps Eric, and then Hendrik has a thing that you have a flashback when in Act 2, the beginning, when you go into the castle and beat what's his name, the skeleton guy, I forget his name, and you could like see a little bit of their backstory and stuff, but there's not really. I never got that. I just didn't like him. There's part with Schniffelheim and him releasing Frizabelle, what's her name, Crystalinda from the ice. There's that part. So they put pieces in them about Jasper's like behind the scenes and stuff, but I just didn't like him. I thought he was like, so what? You had problems. People didn't like you as much as Hendrik. Boo-hoo, get over it. You know, it's like, look at Hendrik. He's like, he's gonna be the better soldier, but you were a better tacticianist. Why can't that be good enough? You know, like know that if you do something, do you need recognition to be like, oh, I'm so great? Like, no, get out of here with that. Just get out of here with that. I just didn't like it.
Yeah, I agree.
Mortigan's great though. Terrific, nice, challenging boss. Keeps you working through it, and you got to beat him before he resurrects like the other side too. You got to keep a nice balance, and he hits hard. Thankfully, as Brian was saying, you have Super Serena. You know.
Yeah. Kaboom!
Yeah.
I like Mortigan. I like the fight. Kind of a cool fight him first, and he's like just like a forget what he looks like. He's like a guy, but then he changes, and you think, of course, he has another form, and then it's the two forms. One goes in the back, one goes in the front. And one can use magic and pelt you from behind. The other is more physical, and it was a cool boss fight. I think the dungeon up to that was like the best dungeon in the game. The dungeons up until that point weren't anything great.
Yeah,
they were just run through. But that dungeon was the first one, like Teddy said, that really stuck out as a decent dungeon. It's like they put all their marbles into that dungeon. I didn't like the Cryptic Crypt dungeon too well. I always still get lost in that one with the floors that break away.
Yeah.
I won't always get lost in that one. But yeah, Mortigan fight was pretty cool.
And then you've saved Erdrea. Congratulations.
Woo-hoo. Veronica's
dead. And the credits roll. Yeah, Veronica's dead.
Just kidding, because Act 3 starts, and after a couple cutscenes, you've decided that you're going to reverse time. You found a way, and you're going to undo everything up into the point of the world tree crashing. So you're going to go right before that and defeat Mortigan there, or hopefully defeat him there. Pretty controversial act. I know Reddit has a lot of thoughts on it, and the fans have a lot of thoughts on it. Let's address the beginning part. What do you think about the idea of reversing up into the world tree crashing?
I was fine. I mean, I wanted to save Veronica, so I was all for it. They did everything in their power to make you sure you wanted to do that, though. I think there was like 3 prompts of "Are you sure?" or maybe even more of "Are you sure you want to do this? There's no going back. Are you really sure?" You talk to your party, and you're like, "Are you really sure? There's no going back." And I was like second guessing myself, like, because I had like some level 99 characters. I was like, "Do I want to do this?"
I forgot.
I was like, "Oh, do I want to do this? Like, am I going to lose everything?" It really got to me. So I
Yeah.
like that because it really made you think. I can't think of a post game that actually made me think like, "Oof, should I really do this? Is this like really post game or is this like part of the story?" It's post game, but we can get into that if you think it's you have to beat Act 3 to beat the game. I don't think you have to. I think Act 2 sums it up nicely. You can end there if you want. But Act 3 is just more if you want. But the way they did it, like leading up to it, the whole time thing, I didn't quite get. Like you took the sword of light and you could break the ball, and somehow that reverses time. But how do they know how far to go back? Is it in the person's mind? How you go back?
It's magic. It's just
I guess-
magic, Brian.
I guess it's time. Whenever they throw time into video games, it's like you got to kind of let go of stuff, I guess. So,
I don't. Yeah, I don't
I-
care about the time stuff, but I do think that it's not just more if you want it. I do think it has narrative significance and kind of is the realization of how this game is like the grand culmination of like Dragon Quest up to this point from like a narrative standpoint. And even just from the gameplay systems, like this one, like at this point, you really do feel like you need to optimize your characters on many fronts for like many of these trials. The trials were freaking tough doing them in like, X number of turns. And then, yeah, you have the whole storyline of the ancient warriors, which I think is huge. And also, this one is not too in your face with story as much as a lot of the stuff in the beginning was. It's mostly gameplay, so I think the story parts are a little more felt for me.
Yeah, it feels a little more open than 1 and 2. It feels like it's getting back to the old like Dragon Quest 1 or 3, Dragon Quest 6. Those ones where it's, once you get the ship, you don't have a ship, but you can go pretty much anywhere. This where you could do any of the bosses and stuff in any order, and it's very hard in that way because you could go to ones like that would destroy you pretty hard, like the stupid malicious mermen that freaking gave me the hardest difficulty of any boss. Those freaking mermen, and then so you could really get like destroyed if you pick the wrong one. But I kind of like the openness that lets you go. Like it's like here you have the whole world, go explore, do what you want. We're not going to do as many cutscenes other than with Sylvando and Hendrik getting together with their dad. Sylvando getting together with his dad, and his dad like forgiving him. He's not mad at him for his lifestyle. He's mad at him for not doing what he promises. So there's that whole bit, and there's a whole bit where Hendrik finally understands who Sylvando is, and he's like shocked, and that's kind of funny. And there's a part where Hendrik and Sylvando really come together, and they unlock their skill tree, and they kind of gave that to you late, so if you beat the game on the second act, you don't ever see those skills, which is kind of there's some good skills in there. There's really ladies first, so you can just pass your freaking abilities, your turn over to a lady. And if you don't like Sylvando, you're going to do that all the time. Like, oh, just take my turn. Here you go, Veronica.
We'll talk about the abilities in a second.
Okay.
But yeah, I agree. They opened him up and Hendrik up way too late. It's like, why didn't you give me this? I guess from a story perspective, I see why they did it.
That's why.
But it's like, geez, you could have given me that a long time ago, and I would have appreciated these characters a lot more.
It would have changed how you play the game up to that point, Like it would have opened it up a lot more. So.
Well, yeah, because I don't want to get into because we're gonna get into the moves later, but Hendrik actually becomes a person that can literally tank. Like he can step in front of your team and take hits in lieu of everybody else.
And it's like immense defense, which
like why didn't they give me that? Because I would have actually used him more for those situations.
He gets wholly impregnable and all that stuff. It's like great. We'll talk about more, but yeah, it's maybe they felt like it would be too easy they did that, and the game was not too overly difficult already. But it kind of feels like if you stopped at Act 2, you would never see that part. Which a lot of people, there's some people that feel like you have to beat Act 3 to get all of Dragon Quest 11. I don't think that. I think it ends pretty well at 2, and if you want to play more, you can. But just limiting those skills was kind of you'll never see them if you don't play Act 3.
Mm-hmm. One thing I loved about Act 3, kind of like what we were talking about earlier, was that it doesn't have as many cutscenes and it doesn't string you along. Like it actually does feel like the part in the other Dragon Quest games where they're like, okay, here's your world map, just go for it. And it finally feels that. Unfortunately, it's after the credits roll, so I'm sure a lot of people just didn't even get there. And on this playthrough, this would be my third playthrough of this game. I finally clicked in a lot of the Act 2 stuff where some of the quests didn't really end satisfactorily. Like in Hato, there's the quest where the lady's kid became a dragon. And
or whatever.
Yeah, and she was like, I killed him. It's cool. We're good. And then like the dragon was still there and everyone was like, what the hell? And she said, well, I can't change him back because I don't have this mirror that I needed. And you're like, well, I'll just kill him then. And so you do that. And so you complete the quest, but it's not really like the storybook way you would do it. And
but yeah, doesn't the dragon eats her and the mirror's inside of her, and then it turns him back from. And he's like, "Where's my mom at?" Oh, we're not gonna say that he's like turns back and he's like, "Where's my mother?" And you're like, "Oh," or something like that.
I don't even think. Don't you just kill him
in Act 3? I think
in Act 2.
Oh, in Act 2.
I think you just kill. Yeah, he eats her and then you just kill him, and then it's like, well, that solves that. And then you like dust your hands and you're like,
oh yeah, he's dead. So like in Act 3,
you have the mirror.
Yeah.
And you just say, here's the mirror. And then she's like, oh, thank God. And then it saves him. And so you actually like legitimately save it the correct way.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, like there was a correct way to do it.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah, it fixes that. I will say the mermaid part, no matter what consequence you do, I always pick that she like dies. You tell her the truth. Mm-hmm. But if you pick her that she's alive in Act 3, so she's never dead. She's always alive, I think. So I don't know what they're saying is the proper way to like lie to her. Is that what they're trying to say? Are you supposed to lie to her so she lives?
Brian, lying is always the correct path.
Well, the Hato thing is interesting too because that connects to that little storyline in Dragon Quest III where I think you go into the volcano and you destroy the dragon and you save the town, but actually you haven't because that lady is the dragon or whatever it was.
Orochi, yeah.
So it makes me question the connections there. Like, and the real importance of this chapter, I'll spoil it. And it is why I think that this is necessary from a narrative standpoint, is that this you find out that this is the origin point of the whole Erdrick story.
Yeah.
Well, they're hinting that. They never actually came out and say that, did they?
No, they do.
They're saying it's like a book of a legend.
They say you are Erdrick. You are the legendary hero when you clear the Act 3. And so everything that has happened up to like after that point, like at Dragon Quest 3, which is the origin point, like aren't you his like son or is he your ancestor or something?
I took it as they were telling a tale because in Dragon Quest 3 she puts a book on the shelf, so I took it as she was reading this story about this game, and then she wakes up. I didn't take them as they're connected. I took them as like she's just reading a story of another world in Dragon Quest. Like there's multiple worlds in Dragon Quest. The only ones that are connected are 1, 2, and 3. So I just took this as another world, and they're just starting like in the Dragon Quest 3 world as a story that she read because she puts the book away.
Oh, so she's reading it and she's
she's reading it. Then she wakes up Erdrick or the hero to. There's multiple ways you can look at it.
Yeah, I think it's open to some interpretation. It's also weird that they name the main guy from the past Erdwin.
Erwin,
like,
yeah.
Like that's close, and like the way that they put all the other characters, they seem kind of like a Dragon Quest 3 cast. Because you got like the fighter, dressed in,
hmm
the sorcerer Morkant, and the priest
Serenica, I think. They combine Serena and Veronica.
Serenica.
Yeah,
Yep.
And so it's like it kind of plays out like you're overwatching Dragon Quest III's story, but like from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's interesting how they tie it all in, and it's like it definitely is the strongest nod is to Dragon Quest III,
hmm
and they're like, it's if nothing else, Dragon Quest III is like a part of this story, whether it's directly or it's just like being a fable told in Dragon Quest III's universe or something. But it's certainly a huge part, which is really cool. I thought I was blown away the first time I played this and beat Kalasmos and got to see that. I was like,
Yeah.
holy shit, Dragon Quest 3, Dragon Quest 3. I was like the fanboy pointing at the screen to my girlfriend who's probably like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Like,
You're like,
oh, it all makes sense. I guess.
Don't you
Not
see?
not only
That's how
Dragon
Dragon
Quest
Quest 3
3.
starts.
Yeah, there you go. You should play it. Not only Dragon Quest 3, but they do Dragon Quest 1 because they have when the Ig Dragon's talking to you about evil coming back.
Yeah.
They have Loto's descendant or Erdrick's descendant with the sword looking at Charlotte Castle in the distance. So they
Yep.
do a tie back to that too. And the whole credits going by showing all the Dragon Quest was kind of cool. I like that touch. That was a good touch.
Well, while we're still on Act 3, obviously I don't know how we missed it, but the biggest gameplay thing we got here is that Veronica comes back because she's not
Yeah.
dead anymore.
Magic Burst.
And that takes away from some of Serena's like superness.
But you get
some
two
of them
members,
have
two party
more.
members for it. So.
Yeah,
And you
yeah.
get to put them both on the
I'm
field
glad
at
to
once.
have Veronica back. Mhm.
Well,
Ladies
I
first.
think Reddit one of Reddit's things
Yeah, there you
is
go.
like they hated that you got rid of Serena's story essentially from the
Mhm.
second act. What do you guys
It's still
take
there.
on that?
It's still there. It's just in another part. That world's still there. It's just you're going to another world. I took it as that world is still there, and then you're going to the other part of this world and fixing it in another part or timeline.
You get rid
So
of
she's
Serena's
still there.
story? I don't get it.
Yeah, because the whole Veronica dying, she gets Veronica's powers. She grows as a person, stops being so reliant on her sister or something, and her.
Well, don't you get
Yeah.
rid of everyone's
Yeah.
story then?
Yeah, technically, yeah, you would.
Well, kind of, but mostly hers because she's the one that like her character. You know, Veronica's gone, so she cuts her hair and gets all these extra powers, and like Brian was saying, like learns to not be dependent on her, and then you undo that, and then does Serena just become like, oh, I'm just back to being girly?
Hello. I took a
Hello.
little nap by this fountain in the demon cave.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's the only one they really. It's one of the ones they really fleshed out, and I think people felt like you're losing that. I mean, I like Serena, but I was happy to have Veronica back, so because she can throw, fireballs. Serena could too, but
But I think Teddy makes a good point. Is that there are other characters that showed
Yeah.
growth in Act 2 as well, and
Mhm.
and
Hendrik.
maybe they were a lot like Hendrik, but his growth is essentially, hey, I'm your friend now, which is good. I'm not saying it's bad, but it just was.
it was
wasn't
kind of
like-
awkward when he's like, he's like, I am sorry, and then that luminary's just looking with this dumb look on his face, like holding out his hand. It's like, mhm.
Da, da,
Way to
da,
eat
da,
crow
da,
there.
da.
Yeah.
Hendrik joined the team.
But I mean, he kind of just does the same thing in Act 3. I don't know. I don't know if Hendrik really grew that much throughout his, but other characters certainly did. Like Eric, I mean, all those characters grew in Act 2.
I mean, Hendrik wouldn't have really grown if he didn't find out his king was the evil overlord trying to destroy all the world. He probably would have followed another king the same way.
True.
Hendrix makes the least
Regardless.
sense, actually, because then he just suddenly converts. What? I was shocked or something. He just comes up there and... Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
He just
He did
suddenly
carry that little
converts to
girl.
Luminary.
He carried that little girl to the church or what?
I mean, hey, Eric basically loses the whole finding out what happened to your sister sequence.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
address
yeah.
it. They address it, and they're like you can go to that thing, and it's like, oh, this is what happened, and it even doesn't even have like a cutscene about it. It's just like Eric tells you about what happened, and then it's like over.
Oh, is that
It's
what
like,
happened? I don't
Yeah, you can
know.
like go revisit all that stuff, and it has
Yeah.
its own way of unfolding.
It's kind of
but
cool to
it's-
go back and do that.
Yeah, I like doing that in Act 3. It's just revisiting every town, and they all have their own things, and you're trying to remember like, oh, where were they? before the fall of the tree. So like the things in Act 2 didn't happen. So where are they now? And it was cool to see all their little stories.
Yeah. The amnesia part in Act 2 for Eric, I thought went on too long, because if you got him first, because you could go openly and not get, once you get the ship, you can go out and get Eric right away. But
I didn't know that.
He's basically not that useful when he has none of his skills. So he's just in the back there, like, cheering you on. Because Eric has some of the best single damage skills in the game, and if he's without that, he's just he's like Dirk. He's like Dirk, a skinnier Dirk.
Oh, he was my heavy hitter. He was how I took down, I think, Morrigan and Kalasmos. I think I needed him.
Mm-hmm. He can use boomerangs too, which is pretty cool. Which is awesome. He can use knives. He's a knife killer.
All right. Skills. You got to wait on skills.
He was saying.
Wait on skills.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Finally, the last two major things are the Trial Isle and defeating Kalasmos. Any fond memories of these?
Trial Isle took me forever. Also, you know what my fatal mistake was? After you beat each trial, you get an option of something to select. So I thought taking the noble path would like pay me back in something. Just you could just congratulate me for my efforts, and you basically get like a seed of strength or a seed of agility or something.
I did the same thing, Teddy.
But apparently you get like awesome weapons and armor for picking the right options.
Yeah.
So I felt like a dumbass.
And each boss gets harder each time. So you start with like anger or something, and they get harder. So if you want that next one, you gotta get a harder boss. The Jasper clone was the hardest one. That one's really tough. But yeah, I think you can beat him like 5 times. Is it, Teddy? 5 or so times you can go back and get a different reward.
Oh, there's
One's
5
like a horse
trials.
race.
Yeah, and there's a turn cap for how many turns it takes to beat these things. That killed me at one point because the Jasper one I think is 50 turns, and I did it at like 51. I was like, oh.
Come on, give it to me.
Yeah, and it was
Well, I only
because
did-
sometimes he just wreck my team. Anyways, go.
Yeah, he's tough.
I only did 3 of the trials. I didn't actually do all 5.
I didn't know you could only do 3.
Yeah, you can stop whenever you want. It's just to prepare you for Kalasmos.
Oh,
Yeah.
But if you go through all the trials, do all the side quest stuff, Kalasmos is no problem. He's like
he was still
it's
tough
like,
for me,
no problem.
but at least there's no turn cap. So
Yeah.
No turn cap for class. That's true. Let's talk about this and then we'll take a little break. So yeah, defeating Kalasmos. Easy, hard, medium? How was that fight for you guys?
Well, I didn't have trouble because I was level 99 when I first fought him, so I can't speak. I will say Draconian options, he was tougher, but still. Act 3, if you're doing the Act 3 stuff, it's not. If you do all the Act 3 stuff, you should be well prepared.
it was a great
I
fight.
assume everybody... Oh, go ahead.
Just like multi-layered. I think he's got 3 prongs, right? 3 prongs of attack, like the center, the arms. He can regenerate the arms. He summons darklings. It was cute to see the little dark ticking Talkington guys. Yeah, it's a big anime moment. He summons like a spirit bomb at one point, you know.
And you beat his arms and it drops on his head. He's like, oof!
Oof, yeah, that was great. I love that. So nice long battle. I had to do it without my hero at one point because I lost my zingers as well, and he was like down to the end. I think I beat him with like 3 party members.
The first time I fought him, I didn't realize. I don't think I used the Sword of Light to take away his aura, because I think they tell you to do that, and I forgot to do that. But he's harder when you do that. But I still didn't have problem. It was because of my level. I was so high level. If you in any RPG, if you're like level 99, the final boss isn't gonna be, hard.
Yeah. Yeah, once you know the Sword of Light trick, it's pretty much...
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty easy.
Oh, and then the music kicks in. The Zoma
Yeah.
theme from Dragon Quest III, which is an awesome theme, one of the best.
But
I do
I like him visually, where he's like, he kind of reminds me, he has the same effect to me as like the Chrono Trigger final boss, where you fight through the whole thing. And granted, you see this guy before, so it's not as big of a surprise. But you're thinking about like final bosses in a video game, and you're looking at this guy, and you're like, that.
Are you
Like,
talking about the Chrono Trigger thing that's by Lavos with the little green guy?
Mhm.
That guy with like the little roundish head?
Yeah, he always reminded me of like a chicken and a dog or something, like a little astronaut with a chicken legs and a
Oh,
dog.
Klasmos?
Well, no, I'm not saying directly like they look like each other. I'm just saying like I look at it and I'm like, this whole time like this is the terrifying creature that's been terrorizing the world is this thing.
He's like a baby face. When his
He's like-
mask
like-
gets revealed, he looks so funny. He looks
A
so
little
cute.
baby, like an
He's just on a
angry baby
fish.
face.
Yeah. He's like, ooh, and his mask breaks, and then he has this little baby face. He
I dropped a
doesn't look,
fireball in my head.
yeah. He doesn't look threatening. He looks like a cell, like perfect cell, only with a chunkier face. With
Yeah,
like,
he's got like this weird like green outfit going on.
he has like wings. Does he have wings? He has like green like cell. He has like an arm cannon that can hit everybody. Goes like cho 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 cho, and he shoots you. And then he'll do like freeze time on one of your characters,
Oh,
and then you can only,
That
which
was brutal.
stinks because if
Multiple
you
characters.
have certain characters, yeah, if you have certain characters, yeah, multiple characters. So only
I
one.
looked out on one of those because I was using Veronica, and I had just used Magic Burst, and so like it was completely worthless. He's like, "Yeah, well, I'm gonna freeze time," and then he froze it on her. I'm like, "You can take her. Go ahead."
She was all out. She was all
to me.
spent. Yeah, you're like,
I did not
"Magic
luck out.
Bug!"
3 out of 4 of my party members got frozen.
Oh,
Oh no, yeah, it's always one of them is unfrozen, and but that's what I mean is that the one that was unfrozen was Veronica, and I was like, just beat the shit out of her. I don't really care. She can die because
Oh,
she's
I
just
see.
a waste of my time anyway.
But can't he hit your He
Yeah.
can't hit your frozen characters? I don't remember.
No,
no, they're like clanged. They're like in stone or something. They can't be hurt. I guess it's just to like keep you like, oh, you didn't train this guy. You don't know how to play with this guy. Well, that's who you're using.
Hmm.
It's he had some cool attacks. He did Kaboomal. He did Crackle. I think he had Kazam. He like had all the spells, the high level spells. He could attack I think 2 or 3 times per turn.
at that
Um,
point it was. I think they were doing 3 attacks per turn.
Mhm.
The game just kind of scaled the enemies up.
Yeah,
slowly. It's like this now they can do 2. Bosses can do 2
Yeah.
attacks. So now bosses can do 3. That's
yeah,
scaling.
and he could put you to sleep with just do status ailments.
It was a good fight. It was cool.
Yeah,
And then you get the cool Dragon Quest 3 stuff that we talked about
Mhm.
earlier. So cool. Klasmos defeated. Yay. Um,
and
yeah.
the ending. Are we going to talk about that next?
You're talking about just the ending of the
I can
Klasmos
just
stuff?
say real quick.
Yeah.
The ending I liked. I like both endings, but the ending they gave you on the end of Act 3 was a nice nod back, seeing all the different games pass by, and the music from Dragon Quest 2 playing, Your Road, Your Journey, or whatever, playing in the background, and then seeing like Veronica and Serena there come back to Cobblestone and it's rebuilt, and then you taking the sword back and meeting the Ig Dragon, which just appears out of nowhere. The Ig Dragon was the tree. Before the tree, there was the Ig Dragon.
Mhm.
And then it tells a little bit about the Mr. Popo looking guys from Time
Watchers?
guys. What's that? Watchers.
The
Yeah,
Watchers?
thanks.
Yeah.
The Watchers coming back and bringing back the Ig Dragging into the tree. That was kind of cool. And we didn't talk about like stabbed him in the back.
I wasn't surprised because his name is Morkant, and
I guess I
he looks evil. So I was kind of like, what's this dude?
I
They're like,
guess.
he was his best friend. They were always together. I'm like, okay.
But what were the other 3 doing when he was doing that? Where were they at? He
Yeah,
was
they were just
like,
kind of like chilling. Like,
they were just like, oh, I'm gonna go over here. You take care of Klasmos. And
It's
stick
weird
your
that
sword in."
it's weird that our mage pulled out a knife. Oh
Yeah.
well, like let him.
I'm
have
not
it.
expecting that. Yeah, he's not expecting that.
Oh no, he stabbed him in the back.
Yeah.
I like seeing that all of them had their place in the story. Like Morkant
Mhm.
was the seer, and then Serenica was the creepy watcher-looking thing in the sky.
Yeah.
That's
And
cool.
she went back. You gave her the sword at the end, and said she could go back and find Erdwin and put that right so they could actually beat, Glasmos, I guess, in a different time or whatever. That's how I took it. And it echoes of an elusive age. That's the elusive age echoes of it together. That's how I kind of tied it.
All right, let's talk about the characters. We've been talking about their skills here and there, but we're going to really deep dive into them now. So I know Brian's been chomping at the bit to get this part going. So let's
It's like
talk
Medea.
Sorry,
that was a throwback to Dragon Quest VIII. Sorry. I figured that was relevant here.
Yeah. Let's talk let's talk about their skills. And we can talk about their items too, tied into it. So the first one we're going to talk about is the hero. How did you guys build the hero in Dragon Quest XI?
Well, I originally started with sword and shield, and then I switched to great sword because the moves were so powerful. And then I found out you were supposed to use the sword of light in the final battle, so I switched back to one-handed techniques. But I did all types of like rebuilding, and I started putting a lot in the luminary section. Not everything, because a lot of it was like unnecessary, like magic might increase by 50. I didn't need stuff like that. But there were some really good things in the luminary stuff, like Omni Heal is super important. Pep Up, an instant pep like technique, also super useful. And outside of that, a lot of passive stuff like plus strength. I really like those kind of things. And then getting those skills at the top of the character tree, the skill tree, are huge. Oh my gosh. Giga Slash, Giga Bash, and whatever's in the middle. I didn't really use the middle one as much, but in the final battle, it was useful because you really only had to focus on the middle of the boss.
It's worth noting too. You only need the super sword. Yeah, super sword of light. I think it is. You only need it as an item. You don't actually have to be equipped with it. So you don't actually have to equip it. You can still be a dual wheel or a two-handed monster.
So you can only use the Act 3 skills, the sword abilities, with the sword of light. The ones that are elemental that hit everybody. So if you want to use those, you have to go one-handed sword of light skills. There's a part in Act 3 where you can unlock those. If you do a side quest up in the Watchers area, you can unlock
Sky
luminary
Splitter, stuff like that.
They're that's it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, they're not required.
Oh, those. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Those are okay. I didn't have a lot of use for those.
I mean, you have Quadra Slash, which is pretty good for multiple attacks. So you don't really need them.
I basically use Giga Gash and Blade of Ultimate Power at the end of the game. I don't know that I really used any other spell.
Blade of Ultimate Power.
Yeah, my first playthrough I did two-handed because that's just the most damage and it had its own blocking mechanic too, which was cool.
Yeah.
And then this playthrough I decided to go just the sword and shield because that just felt more traditional Dragon Quest. But I think two-handed is better. I really like two-handed a lot more.
I like two-handed at the beginning of the game, and then it just feels at the end of the game when you get a lot of good swords, it feels like I always switch over to one-handed just because at that point I have a lot of other heavy hitters. I don't really need a lot of that, so I just switch over to one-handed usually, or a single sword. But I do switch up. I start with something, and I just redo the skill tree, and I do something else if I want to. Because you can do that, and you can do that in 11. You're not stuck with anything.
Yeah.
Which is nice, like an 8. Well, I don't want to get into that, but you can move it. You don't have to stick with one weapon. They make it easy enough for a little bit of gold. You can, if you want to try out claws, if you want to try out whips, if you want to try out single-handed swords or something, doesn't really matter. The only thing I really do is give Sylvando the weapon with the best charm and let him heal everybody or do anything like that.
We'll talk about Sylvando in a little bit.
So for the hero, I don't know. Okay, we won't go with Sylvando now then. For the hero, I went with basically. I usually start off with great swords and end with single-handed swords.
Did you get his cool Erdwin's coronet and Erdwin's tunic?
Oh yeah, that's a cool looking outfit. I do like his Thundersill outfit too. That armor is kind of cool, but the Erdwin cornet and a tunic is pretty sweet.
You also have the
It's like for
Sylvando
that
party
three.
outfit.
Oh, those ones that he dances all the time
Yeah, the
whenever you're
Yeah.
walking.
little
Oh,
feathery one. There you go. That's it.
increases his charm. Yeah.
The less said about this one, the better.
That was
There
a
are
bad night
that
at the
one's just
club.
annoying.
Oh, it was the worst, baby.
Like it increases his charm, but you don't really need charm for Luminary that
Hmm.
much. And plus, he's dancing all the time when he's rocking. It's annoying. But you did get the Galapagos outfit, which was kind of cool early in the game. If you could get that from the horse race, it was pretty good armor that lasted you for a little bit. And you could upgrade it too, which was nice. We'll get into that, I'm sure.
Okay. How did you guys build Eric?
Um, at first when I played the game, I think I stuck with knives, but like the rest of the game, I usually switch off. I do like I played the game a few times, and each time I start off usually with swords now because I like Eric with swords more than knives because I don't like the
Hmm.
setup in knives because you have to like get somebody. I just like to get in there and attack right away. It doesn't fit my play style as much. But
I
if you
agree.
can do knives with him, it takes some setup, but he can do insane amounts of damage with knives. With swords, when he gets to his later tree, where you can get like his strength that gets increased with swords, he can do dually deadly with double hand. He's doing equal damage with both hands. Then swords are very good for him because he could do like fatal flash. He can do like Falcon Slash and all those things. He can do like all really good sword abilities, which is very quick damage. You don't have to set up. But boomerangs are good too, just to hit like everybody with double down and stuff, which is the skill that like hits all enemies like multiple times. That's
Yeah, I
really
feel
cool.
like they fall off super hard though.
Yeah, not as much as 8, but that still decently. I do like them though. Like, and the thing is, you can just respec into something else if you don't like them, which I try. And if for certain situations, maybe it's better to have a certain weapon, and for other situations, maybe I don't want to have that weapon.
The way I
And the game's
used
not.
Eric at the end of the game was a divide and conquer kind of strategy. So he has a skill in the
Mhm.
guile area called divide. Super powerful if you can get it to stay. Creates 2 doppelgangers. So on the next turn, he'll do 3 attacks. I was combining that with the double slashed equal power Falcon Slash and doing upwards of 1,500 damage. If I was lucky, I was getting critical hits because of some of the stat boosts in Guile. Eric was just massively hitting. You would do critical claim, but it's actually doing as much, if not
Yeah,
like just a tiny bit more damage, and it takes so much MP. You'd be wasted of MP in 6 turns,
yeah.
and for the
It's
later
like 40
bosses, it's
MP.
really not useful. It is worth noting too that in order to dual wield, you have to go down the knife path. So I only did a little bit down the knife path to get dual wielding, and then I would invest everything back into swords.
Hmm.
That's kind of how I treated him endgame as well. Um,
Yeah, I always end up with him with swords because it's just he's so good with swords, and at that point, he can hit for so much damage. And if you get strength seeds to him, like you can farm strength seeds so easily. You give him 2 Uber Falcon blades, and then he's hitting like twice for 4 times. It's like ridiculous.
and man, for getting those
Metal slime.
metal slimes, baby.
Yeah,
For the
yeah,
claim. That almost like breaks the concept of metal slime farming is having a character that's a guaranteed crit. Because that was always kind of mysterious in other games. Like, oh, I don't know if I'll be able to get him, but I hope I can. And with him,
I
it's
mean,
like, nope.
yeah, a guaranteed crit. I mean,
It's over.
this isn't like lightning thrust 50% or 75%. This is like guaranteed. Yeah,
If they don't run away, though, that was the only thing, because
yeah.
they would run away before you even get an action, no matter what his agility was for me, and that kind of sucked. And also
But
another
what you do,
tricky thing is to do the Hallelujah and Electrolyte strategy,
Mhm.
because you'd be waiting. Like it took me like an hour to get everyone pepped up without using pep pop, and then also get two peps within the turn. So you could get the both pep powers.
Yeah.
Man, and then to have him run away on me, and also that that electrolyte move has like a 50% chance of working or not working. So I would go through all that, and then I would get I forget what the other enemies that show up are.
They're like killing machines, other metal enemies. They're not
Yeah,
slimes like
I would
that.
get killing machines sometimes, and then I'd be like, oh man. So, but
A
critical
good trick
fame
for slime. Oh, sorry.
usually useful. That's it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So a good trick for those is to keep the Rab and the hero in your back pepped. And when you find a slime, just bust them out and do Dirge of Thunderstill, and it puts them to sleep. And then you can do whatever you want to do. Because the Dirge of Thunderstill usually puts the slime enemies to sleep too. And if you defend while you're pepping up, if you have like the pep up chance, you'll get pep. You should get pep pretty frequently if you defend.
Well, Pep. I was going to talk about this later, but I guess now's a good time. Is Pep is an interesting one because it's not like some of the other games where it's like based on how many times you get hit, or it's not based on something like that. It's based on what your current health is. If it's lower, it's higher percentage chance, and if other people on your team are pepped, then it has a higher percentage chance. Luckily, as your hero, you can pep whenever you want with that spell we talked about earlier. So that helps. So as soon as you pep him, usually they'll follow if you just, like you said, maybe defend or
Yeah, if you defend,
take a couple hits if you can. But
better. Like it goes by. I thought it was always damage, and later if you defend, it seems like later in the game for me, the more skills I got pep pretty frequently if I just defended. I don't know exactly why it was, but 2D mode for sure. I'm gonna throw you get pep like crazy in 2D mode a lot faster. It seems like. It seems like it's really fast, but it's the old style of you input all your turns and then it goes based on agility. Where in the 3D mode, it's like you pick your turn and then you act it. They changed that for 11.
Well, I was going to talk about we'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, Eric, great for metal slime hunting and a strong single target DPS, which means probably avoid boomerangs in the end game. But cool.
He's good at. He can deal damage, pretty good.
All right,
pretty good.
How do we build Veronica? We're talking about Act 3 specifically.
Act 3.
Brian, I use a whip user.
So
Use whips.
Yeah, I like her with whips too.
I remember you talking about Brian. You're crazy. Yeah. I didn't know, Teddy. You did.
Well, here.
No. I said Brian's a whip user. So Brian's to me too. I wouldn't imagine giving this lady.
She already has. So she already has so much high magical might. You don't need to give her anymore. She caps out at a certain point. So I'll just give her that so she can learn Twin Dragon Slap for her. She's useful as a magic caster and an attacker.
Okay.
Like it's like you'd think like the mage wouldn't be good with whips, but she's actually pretty decent. But usually it's dependent. Like I'll switch her up to stabs sometimes if I want. If her outfit, because she gets a pretty cool staff near the end of the game that looks pretty sweet, and I like to use that. So it's dependent on how I feel, but she's not bad with whips.
Most of the Veronica path, when it comes to the skill tree, I just focus on maxing out your MP total or MP recovery, simply because most of her most useful skills are just learned by level. You get, what's the ice spell? Crackle.
Yeah.
You Kaboomal is unlockable on the tree, and Kafrizzle, which is also a useful single attack thing. The most useful thing on this tree is probably Channel Anger if you can pull it off without getting disrupted.
Channel Anger is great. Like with Kafrizzle or Kaboomal, she will rip through anything.
Yeah, I love the staff path, but it's impossible to deny. Like I wish like Frizzle and Kaboom are on Vim, so it's like, I guess you got to go that way too. Because the rest of it I don't really love. I guess those are kind of good, but like Spooky Aura, and I wasn't as big a fan of those. But certainly, there's worth it just for Kafrizzle and Kaboomal. The whips, I don't know what you're smoking.
Of a spell hitting twice?
Oh, with Channel Echo, yeah, that was a later one she got too, which is great. That's how I did Draconian, all Draconian. I'd start off with Bounty Boost, have Veronica just channel anger, throw out Kafrizzle or Kaboomal, and just care for, because you want in like in all Draconian, you want to put as much damage as possible quickly, and she's great at that.
Mm-hmm. She's very bursty.
Yeah.
My Magic Burst is maybe the most
Magic
bursty
Burst is great.
concept move
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah, she has Magic Burst. We didn't even talk about that.
Mhm.
That's a great skill. And then she gets Mighty Magic Burst with her sister, which is even better. But she's great at just putting out lots and lots of damage. She's like a cannon.
Yeah, she's definitely a glass cannon character.
Mm-hmm.
Cool,
Especially
little
when you
outfits.
first get her. Yeah.
Got cool outfits, but her classic look is the Red Mage.
Riding Hood.
Yeah, I like the one with her little yellow Pope hat. That's nice.
Oh, the bear hat,
Yeah.
like the unlockable one from the start, like her in a cub thing.
Yeah, she has a little animal outfit
Little boar
that you get in
thing.
a trading game.
Oh, the angel and devil
Nice
thing are
looking.
cute when you combine her with.
Yeah. That one. She has a Stella outfit from Dragon Quest IX.
I never got the kitty cat one. I never did the cat suit. Damn it! But I got the pig one. The Metal Maniac. The Goody Two Shoes. Yeah, she's
Goody
got very
Two-Shoes,
cute
that's it.
costumes.
Yeah, her costumes are very good in this game.
Yeah. All right. How did you guys build? Let me see who I got next. Serena. Act 3.
I mean, clearly Wands and Harpistry, you know, you want her to have the best MP recovery and MP building set. She's great as a healer. I did some hymns, but the hymns didn't really matter to me. I need to see some of the individual things around the tree to remember what was great, though.
Which one you want me to look at? Harpistry or?
Yeah, do Harpistry.
Wands?
Harpistry's mostly hymns, but you could go around it.
Yeah.
The only hymn I didn't like was Earth. No enemies really used Earth magic that I can think of, so it was kind of like useless.
I never really use the like. I would tell myself like, oh, I know this enemy is going to do this kind of damage, so I'm going to do a hymn of thunder, and I was like, I'll do it, and then it came to the fight, never did it. It was just like, I can just survive without it. So
I will say hymns are very important for Draconian, but in normal game you don't need, especially if you do no armor or no accessories, because no armor means no accessories either. So you're really in trouble. But during main game, the normal game, it's not a hard game. You don't really need to use the hymns at all for her.
Yeah. So I guess in the normal game, then it just feels like this is a lot of a waste with a
Yeah,
couple little MP things that are nice. But
well, yeah, and the last bosses you fight use primarily dark magic anyway, and then they will alternate between like fire, wind,
ice.
Yeah, so there's really, and then they'll use disruptive wave anyway.
Yeah.
Right. They all use disruptive wave, so it's like, why even waste a turn if it's just gonna go away anyway?
Yeah.
One thing I really liked from her was Divine Intervent. No, that's not the one. Where is it? I can't find it. Divine Retribution. Maybe it's not gotten here.
No, you passed it.
Oh, that's where she goes. She flies up like an angel and hits for like 500 damage.
Yeah.
She goes, Pa. She does her own.
I don't think it's on the skill tree then.
Maybe she just gets this. There it is. Divine Restitution. Assails a group of enemies with radiant rays and also initiates automatic HP restoration. It does like pretty good damage, like 300 to 400 damage end game. So as a healer, if she's got nothing else to do, it's like just pop that, and then it gives her like a heal over time, which is nice.
Yeah. One thing I will do in Dragon Quest games is I will play with the AI, and they give you tips that you never think of.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing they do is they do that Divine Restitution a lot, and they do other skills you wouldn't think of, and that gives you tips on how maybe you want to play it this way. Because the AI in Dragon Quest games is pretty smart normally.
I think it's a little too smart, which is something that they talked about. They're afraid of is that it learns like how much HP the enemies have, and then we'll choose moves that are like a downgrade because they don't need it.
Yeah, that's a good segue. But I was playing Dragon Quest 6 and I would put it on auto battle to grind. And then the last hit of this enemy in this one encounter, he just threw a rock at him, just boom, and he died. And it took like 2 health or 3 health off.
Too smart.
That's pretty smart, yeah.
Did you anybody go down the spears?
I did. I tried pretty much everything for every character. I don't like her as much as Whips on Veronica, but she's okay with spears. She has the ability to like get parry chance, which is nice. And she can do like thunder thrust. She doesn't get lightning thrust, so that's kind of cool for metal slime hunting. She can get like it's like I don't remember if her or Jade gets it, but it's one where she can automatically dodge an attack. I forget what it's called, which is kind of cool. She has an automatic counterattack, I think, with one if you put it on, which is kind of counterweight. That's it. Yeah, she's not my favorite. She usually I start her with spears and move on to wands when you get better wands for the because she can dual wield wands, which is kind of cool. And there's some good wands that give you buffs at the beginning, which is kind of nice. So you can put them on to get the buff and then take it out and put spears or something if you want. But mostly I stick with wands for her. I've found I like her with wands better.
Oh, I didn't get the Sacred Sorceress, but I got the other
Oh,
one.
the Sacred Sorcerer's outfit.
The Hip Shaker.
Oh, let's
Rocked
throw
that
back.
one for a while.
That's Dragon Quest IV. Maya and Mina.
There it is, yeah.
Going after Balzac. It's a great name, Balzac.
Balls. A little mischief, uh-oh.
Hey, that one pairs well with Veronica's angel outfit.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good, like Halloween costumes set up. All right, next up is Sylvando. How'd you guys build Sylvando?
Oh,
First time I went Whips, and he wasn't doing damage, and then I found out later that Charm is good for him, so I just give him the best weapon with Charm and let him do support.
I don't even
So it
think I
doesn't
got
matter.
that
It'll
chivalry
change.
bit. That's up top. You probably have to unlock that through some optional story.
Yeah,
we
it's
talked
with,
about it. It's him and Hendrik.
Yeah, you got to do it. Beat a certain boss, Tweedledoom and Tweedledum or something like that. They're two golems you got to beat, and then it unlocks their chivalry thing.
I missed it, sadly. I missed ladies first.
Finger of Justice is that move.
Yeah,
does like 500 to 600 damage.
yeah, that's good. Gold Rush is great for AOE attack for enemies. Does like 300-400 damage on everybody. And Hustle Dance, you can get Hustle Dance right when you get them. If you find the bonus panel, get it, and then respec, you can get Hustle Dance pretty early, and that's really good because it's like your best multi-healing for a while.
For low MP as well.
Yeah, pretty low MP. Yeah, I didn't really attack much with Sylvando at all.
Yeah, I found any of the attack builds were just really underwhelming. It's
I mean,
I'm
if
not
you play,
really
yeah,
gonna use them.
if you play as Eric, you can have him whips and do like poison or sleep or something, or he has some poison attacks for knives and sleep, and you can just set him up for Eric, so Eric doesn't have to do it. But
That's
I
true.
always
I didn't think about that.
yeah, so that's kind of cool. Like you could just have him like Cobra Strike or Sleeper hit the enemy, get him. But yeah, I think I don't really attack with him much. I just use him because mostly during the early game he's mostly Hustle Dance or Oomph, and that's pretty much it.
That like part in Act 2 where you only have him and like not Serena and maybe Rab, and Rab, but he has Oompful.
Yeah,
so he's useful for that. And then as soon as you get somebody else, it's like, all right, later.
Yeah, I mean he's
he'll wake you up.
The Tingle one, yeah, get rid of Tingle. So he's good for that. This finger snap one to snap out of people if they're paralyzed or stunned or whatever. Sobering slap, yeah.
Slap,
yeah.
But yeah.
Eric was Cock-a-doodle-doo, I think. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, Eric's Cock-a-doodle-doo, yeah. Sobering slap and bit charm, yeah. He's a lot of charm based. His healing is based on his charm too, so you want to give him lots of charm. So I don't care what his like attack power is, I give him the item with the best charm usually for a weapon.
Agreed. Because like that one pink pirouette, that's a good
Yeah.
AOE, and that can
Mhm.
confuse the enemies. So it's
Yeah, because a lot of his abilities, like Finger of Justice, gold. Like I use gold, the gold one runs Gold Rush a lot, and then the pink pirouette. Those are pretty much. I'll use those instead of his normal attack usually if I want to attack with them.
Yep. Agreed. All right. Oh, my girl. How
She's
did
a
you guys
spear
build
wielder.
Jade?
I love her spear.
You went
attacks.
spears?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went spears. but
Multi
I have-
thrust?
Multi thrust.
That
Yeah,
gets you through like
multi-thrust is
90% of the game.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
she's
did
good.
go spears. I respect at the end, but
Yeah, spears are really good. She's good with claws too. She has a lot of evasion and stuff. She has a hit where she'll heal with her hits, and her crit rate gets pretty high, but not as high as Rab with claws. But she's decent with claws. But I always end up going spears with her near the end of the game. Like I'll start with claws and end up with spears usually because you get
I
with good spears.
I started with spears, and then I switched to claws. I don't really have a good reason.
Yeah.
I think
It's just on how
aesthetically
I
I like
feel,
claws
yeah.
more. But I didn't
she-
realize how good the allure section was
Mhm.
until I let the computer like do some like when I'm just farming, and I
Yeah.
just put it on auto battle, and I realized that allure has pink tornado.
That's a
that
great
does-
move.
It's like insanely powerful. And I
It's
was
based
like,
on
why?
charm. I
Yeah,
think.
why is the charm like? I never thought to go the charm route,
Yeah.
and it's so good.
AOE for everybody. Yeah. There's Pink Tornado and Pink Typhoon, I think. And Tornado's the big one, or Typhoon. One of them's the weaker one, but the
Tornado's
one
the
after
stronger
that.
one, but
Yeah.
either they're both good. They're both
Yeah.
really good.
But her allure is very good. She has lots of charm. But either weapon you can go with her. But I usually go like I try to get her to the charm stuff because her charm stuff is really good.
Yeah, I was surprised by that.
Yeah.
I never used to go that path, and then this time I was like, out of necessity, I did.
Yeah,
it.
when auto battle, they'll show you all kinds of stuff you never think
What the
of.
fuck. And we got some nice. Let's look at some Jade outfits.
She has
Bunny.
the warrior headdress one,
Uh,
the
Metal
bunny one.
Classic.
schoolgirl, being a naughty schoolgirl.
They give you the best one at the end of the game when you beat Time Worm. They give you the hair raising suit where she can't die. If she dies, she just gets kazing back to life.
Dude, that's. I should
And it's
really
like a
keep
kick
that
in the
on.
butt that they gave that to you so late.
Yeah, why give it to you then?
I hate when they do that.
Yeah.
She's just a bunny girl. It's her outfit in when you fight Booga. It's her how she dresses up as when she's revamped. It's just that all the time.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. Well, she's certainly one of my favorite characters.
She's great, yeah.
For her
Like
skills.
no character I don't really like really. Like even Eric, even though I don't like him, he's still great to use in your party because he hits so hard.
Let's talk about Old Man Rab. How are we building him?
Love Rab. Rab is I first playthrough I did mostly staves, whatever you want to call it. And then I tried seconders. So I usually start with claws and then move over to stabs. Or no, endgame I switch back to claws because he has a good crit rate, and I use like hard claw and animal, and he hits 5 times with animal and 3 times with hard claw. Hard claw has a higher crit rate, so you'll crit a lot more. And if you give him like he doesn't have the highest attack power, but the crit rate usually makes up to him. If you give some seeds to him, he can get him up to even like a little bit higher. He does a lot more damage. But with claws, he has some good evasion too with those two, and crit rate.
Okay.
But usually I start with stabs and go to claws. But I'll switch back and forth if I want to, depending on how. Like the game's, there's no really wrong way to play. The game's pretty forgiving. Like you can pretty much finish the game on everything and every weapon. They did a very good job designing it.
This is one
Yeah.
where I feel like I didn't really get the full experience with his skill tree. I just, a lot of it was just like up your might or up your mending. Like no skills here were like that great to me. I guess could crackle, but then it's like, why is it on the skill tree? Why is it like not a level up learn?
Well, so he can say, "I'll soul your soul," and like yell Kazam or whatever demonic stuff he yells. He does have the
Kazam.
only dark. Yeah, he does have the only dark magic you can get, which is like a single hit that crits a lot. But he has like
I'm kind of with Teddy where I didn't necessarily pay as close attention to his as probably I could have
yeah
because he just wasn't one of my mains. But it was like I like the Kazamel and the Crackle reminds me of Veronica where she has
yeah.
Kaboomal and Kafrizzle.
Frizzle.
Yeah.
So similar there. His was too like his heavy wand usage. It got a little bit too much of like a jack of all trades for me, where it's like, yeah, you're decent at damage and you're decent at healing, but I have a damage dealer and I have a healer. So
You could use him as an MP bank. He has a lot of MP. You can just pass half your MP from that MP empathy move, where you pass your MP to somebody.
I did use that for a while with I would use him with Jade. And it
Because
just gave
Jade,
me multi-thrust.
yeah. Jade
But
has lots, not much MP. Yeah.
But I mean, when that's kind of your only.
I mean, that's one way you can play
Your
him.
role is to give your life over to another of the better characters. Is like
He's a caring old man, you know. He cares about his friends. Let him do whatever he has to do.
It's true.
He tries to help
He
out
makes up
whatever
for
way
it
he
in other
can.
ways. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, when you use claws, if you use claws, he goes wild animal, and he starts clawing at everything. It's hilarious.
I like your impressions of him.
Hard claw.
You should just
And when
do
he
it.
dies, I love when he dies. Like I do. Oh, it's like my grandpa getting up from his bed or something, or me in a few years getting up from my bed. Like, oh man.
Yeah. Let's not. Yeah. All right. Finally, we have Hendrik. He's an
Hendrik?
interesting one.
Yeah, I love Hendrik. I usually go shields and axes for him.
Same. I
I've-
love
I've
Parallax.
done-
Just the Yangus
Yeah.
throwback is great.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I've never went great swords with him though. I've done swords. He's very good with swords too, because he gets Falcon Slash, which hits 5 times, and his best sword like draws attentions of the enemies to him. And if you have a shield, you can like tank him, and he'll take a lot of damage. But yeah, I've never went heavy or two-handed swords with him.
Two-handed seemed counterintuitive to who he was. Just like as a
yeah.
character. It was like, well, you have like a whole section for shield, and your fraternity section is like, I use my shield to block. I mean, you don't have to, but I mean,
Yeah.
God, it's a picture of a shield, and it's like you block things for your team. So like, why would you go two-handed sword? It never really clicked with me.
Yeah, I take that back. I did do one-handed, two-handed with him. When I did all Draconian, usually that's the best sword to use because he has parry chance, and you can't use a shield, so might as well give him the biggest sword to have a parry chance with, and it hits hard.
Oh right.
But that's the only. Yeah, that's the only. If you do like no armor, you can. That's probably one-handed. Is what I went with him.
Two-handed.
Two-handed. Sorry.
Yeah, so I wanted to go axes, but it seemed like the game didn't want me to go axes as much. Like, because I like the novelty because none of the other characters use axes. So I was like, hell yeah, we're using axes.
Well, they gave
and then
you
it was like,
yeah.
this is
They
a
gave you the
sword one.
Thundersill sword. They gave you the Shield of Heliodor, which is a decent shield right in Act 2 at the beginning.
Yeah.
So it seems almost a waste to get rid of that to go two-handed. So I usually go axe to him.
But I ended up pulling out of axes. I mean, I have all the skill, but I pulled out and went one-handed sword and then shield.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
Just
game
'cause it
pushes
seemed
you
like
for
the game wanted
Gyro
you to.
Falcon Slash is like the big move,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and
Right.
it's kind of it sucks. And they give you the one-handed sword to whatever his legendary one is, or the Drustin
Right.
sword.
Justin
is.
Sword.
Justin's
Right.
Blade. Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's kind of a
Yep.
waste because like you already have multiple sword wielders up to that point. Oh, that's sick armor, by the way. And I don't know. I think that the axe, even with the Gyro Falcon Slash, like being what it is, has the most versatility in terms of the moves you can use, and even the effects they do. Like I forget what the crit. There's a couple crit doing ones. There's a defense lowering axe attack.
Defense. Oh, scrap metal.
Scrap metal is one of them, but you also get the first
Hatchet
one,
Man.
Helm Splitter.
Or Helm Splitter, yeah.
So those are useful just as status reducers. Parallax with the chance to paralyze. Axes of Evil. Clever.
Yeah, that's pretty
attacking
good.
multiple
Like a
guys.
AoE group attack.
Mm-hmm. What other ones do they have here? Hatchet Man, yeah, for your metal slimes. Yeah, I may do most of the game with the axes anyway, just because I liked the versatility.
I wish they had the versatility of the more exciting spells or skills, I should say, but for axes. Because it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, like why ever like Eric has swords, Sylvando has swords. Like, can't we do something cool with axes?
Should give him fans. Bring back fans.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Hendrik with a fan. I did like Falcon Slash quite a bit. Because it has a pretty good crit rate too. But
But yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's again sword. Like,
yeah. But
it
I
sucks that
didn't
they couldn't get that for
yeah,
the
I didn't
axes.
find his axes too bad. I mean you can get some good axes. Like you get the the Galaxy axe you could forge, you got but I never felt like Teddy was saying, like Parallax is pretty decent ability.
I mean, they're
But I do usually end up going swords with him at the end game.
yeah.
Just because I like him looking with the Drustin stuff with the sword. It just looks cool.
In any case, it makes more sense than great swords with him because of the shield. Like you got to go shields with him because what other character is a shield build? Yeah, axes and shields are the unique things to him. And the fact you can even pair them together, the axes are not two-handed weapons. I don't know. I just, for the novelty's sake, I went axe shield.
I would have liked to
Same.
have seen somebody else do an axe with them. Like somebody else uses an axe would have been cool, but or somebody else use maybe he uses a different weapon other than a sword or something.
Maybe in your
But
hero,
I like him with swords.
your hero could get axe.
Yeah, that would have been good.
All right, let's move on. The clock is ticking. We're kind of coming to the end here, but let's talk about Tickington, which is the addition to the S edition, and it was on the 3DS, but not released in America. Tickington is the 2D exploration of games 1 through 10, and trying to figure out what went wrong. What happened to these books where the stories got messed up? You go in between each one to try to solve their problems and eventually learn the dastardly truth. What did you guys think of the Tickington content?
I liked them. I thought it hit. I don't know if if this is your first Dragon Quest, if you wouldn't get the references. I think that holds up more for the references. Like if you haven't played older Dragon Quests or older RPGs like 16-bit, and this is your first game, maybe it would be novel, but I think it's based a lot on, like, if you like Dragon Quest, you get more out of it, I think. But I love Tickington. Some of the bosses were surprisingly, like Baramos. Did anybody else have a hard time against Baramos in there?
I'll be honest with you, I didn't play past the first one that they made you play. And it's not because I didn't want to.
Yeah.
I did, but it's just the game has such an hour requirement that I didn't find the time to invest.
Sorry. Yeah. That door right there with the red toggle, you can never go in that door.
Okay,
See
I
how
was
he's
wondering
guarding
about that.
You can never do that. That's only in the 3DS version. You can do that. So we'll never know what's beyond that. And the Hall of Remembrance here, where it has like a callback to all the heroes of each game, was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so you just pick one and you can go in and sort out their stories. It's not like, I don't think it should be a requirement, but in some ways it is to get that final boss. But like, they're just kind of cute little stories. Like in 2, it wasn't like we can't find the prince. So
she's a dog. She's a dog. Or instead of a dog, there's something to do with a dog where she's I think she's there, but it never explains that it's her. But there's a dog in one of them that you kind of put together. If you played the game, you'd realize that it's her, or there's a reference to her being a dog. There's all kinds of little tidbits if you play Dragon Quest you like, which I appreciate.
Like that. Then this one, the Prince of Canik, he's lost and he's in like all the different worlds. Like
you're saying, just like like Dragon Quest 2 trying to find him.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just like
I even every time I play Dragon Quest 2, I forget where he's at.
But that's a rascal.
Yeah. I have a question.
It's funny with 10 because I don't know about 10 anything. Anyway,
do all of these modes retain the same visual style?
Yeah, it's all this style.
It's all this style that you're seeing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a curious point. Like, would it look like 8 or would it look like 7? So that's cool.
No, it's just all this like Super Famicom kind of Super Nintendo Dragon Quest 6 kind of look. The thing I will say is some of the bosses, I think Baramos fight was really cool because you go into Baramos's castle of 3, and he's a really hard fight. Like he took me a while to beat on Draconian's quests because he hits really hard. Like I had to have trouble with Baramos more than Kalasmos in this game. I want to just point that out. He's a tough boss. And then here's that dancing devil. See, the one thing they didn't do is they didn't animate the enemies a lot, so they're just kind of static, except for in 2D mode. We're getting into 2D mode. I don't know, but the last boss, Klasmos, they animated him, so he does like all animated like attacks. So they kind of didn't do the animation for the enemies, which would have been nice. But I love that they put this in the game. So cool. And this is Dragon Quest VIII, I think this guy went into.
Yeah.
Where you talk to the moon mirror guy, the prince who talks like this.
Into the moon. We should talk about that. So we hinted on it earlier, but when you're playing in this mode, it plays like classic Dragon Quest where everybody picks. It's still technically, well, not technically, but in a way, it's still the same battle system because it's all based off of agility. But in this mode, it's based off of the classic sense where you pick what you want everyone to do, and then they execute based off of like their agility plus the rolls, that they do to randomize like who goes first or whatever. But it's agility based, whereas in the normal game, it's still agility based, but it's still turn based as well. But you get to pick each action one by one, so you have a little bit more strategy as to what you can do because because you're playing it in real time what move you're about to do. So what do you think of the difference between those, and do you think it changes the combat drastically?
100%. Because when you get to some of the bosses in this game, you have to know who's going to work faster. It actually matters a lot more to give somebody the meteorite bracelet or the mercury handband to get their agility up. So if you want somebody to go first, you can get that turn in and know for sure they're going to go first to outspeed bosses. It matters more towards like draconian, like stronger monsters especially. But I like the old style. A lot of people don't. But I didn't mind. I liked the new style too. I did like how they acted. But it does matter in 2D. In 2D, you get pet more, it seems like. And some of the bosses are I found harder because of that. Because you don't know when you're going to go. You got to keep track of their agility of when they're going to act in battle.
I mean, I unfortunately didn't really play this mode, but I'm like curious, is this something that is meant to be explored after everything, or like while you're playing?
You can do it
while you're playing. It's certainly, you'll get more out of it if you do it like while you're playing, because some of the earlier ones are very, very easy.
And you get some good stuff for it.
Yeah. So it's best to be done in tandem, but it's kind of asking a lot for you to go back and forth between them.
I agree.
Constantly. So it's kind of inconvenient, and it's like why like break away? I don't know. It's awkwardly implemented, but it's certainly interesting.
I like it. I wish the 2D mode would have went further, but I mean, guys, time restraints. Like I wish they would have had a 2D horse racing or a 2D casino. When you go play the casino or horse race in 2D mode, it just switches to 3D. And it's it's kind of I was expecting like an F-Zero Super Nintendo kind of horse race, and that would have been cool.
7, hell yeah.
Yeah, but they kind of didn't go far with it. I'm not going to complain because what's there, like, I really do think 2D mode is really pretty amazing that they did all that work to put this game. And we're talking Ticking Time, but same thing, that they went through all this work to make the game. Even this part, a whole 2D part of the game that you can do if you want, it's optional, but it's pretty cool that it's in there, and it's enough difference to make the game warrant you playing it again. Like, and the next time you play the game, maybe you want to play 2D mode, or maybe you want to play 3D mode. It gives you options. Because I know you guys replay Dragon Quest games. You don't just play them one and done. And when you get the feeling to play, maybe I want to play 2D this time or something.
I do regret that on this playthrough I didn't go 2D. I always go 3D because I just like the character models, and I prefer 2D gaming 3D gaming to 2D. But like, I kind of wish I did do 2D all the way through, because it would have at least been a more different experience. So if I did play this again, which I doubt for a while, because
it's a long game.
Yeah, but if I did, I'd probably go 2D all the way.
Yeah, it's worth it. 2D is it plays different, obviously, because it's 2D. But there's difference just seeing all the towns and the areas, like the
Mhm.
sparkle spots. When you the whole world map, it's more open. You can go anywhere with your ship, land anywhere. You go out in an area, there's like a little field that you explore, and it zooms into another area where you can get all your sparkle spots. So they're not just
Mm.
littering out in the field. You got to go in these little like field areas. You go in and you get the sparkle spots there. Um,
Yeah.
it's pretty cool. It plays just like a normal Dragon Quest. Like the world is not like zoned off. Like you can go in your ship and land anywhere.
Really?
Yeah, It's not like you can fly and land anywhere with your cetacea.
That's cool. No, I like that. That's good to
I think
hear.
it's where I know you don't like 2D, or I think you would enjoy
I
the
don't.
different spin.
Yeah, I don't hate it, but I just prefer if you're gonna give me a 3D
I
option,
mean, you've
I like
played
3D.
2D Dragon Quest and you like 2D. I think you'd like it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Cool. Good to know. Yeah, I'll probably do that in the next 5 years when I decide to boot this up again.
There was a point when this game came out, I was playing it every year, and I had to stop because I was like, Brian, you can't just play Dragon Quest 11 every year. I mean, you can. Like, I was thinking about like maybe I should play Dragon Quest 11 again. I'm like, it's going to be a 100-hour commitment. Like, I love Dragon Quest 11, but it's going to get less special. I want to leave it little more time between it this time.
Hmm. I agree.
Because I do like to play Dragon Quest games, replay them, and I don't replay a lot of RPGs. I've only played Chrono Trigger once through when I was a kid, and that's a well-liked RPG. I've only played Final Fantasy 3 probably once when I was a kid, once or twice. Final Fantasy 2 once. So all those classic games everybody loves, I've only really played them once. Dragon Quest is a very big difference for me. I can replay Dragon Quest games anytime, usually. Usually, if I'm in a bad mood or feeling bad or something in my life's down, like I talked about, like a
Mhm.
Dragon Quest game will pick me up, and I don't know why. Um, but it's no other series does that for me. Games do that in general to me, and I try not to lean on that too much. But I'll always lean on it with Dragon Quest.
All right. So let's talk about the legacy of Dragon Quest 11.
This is a short
What,
section of the Wikipedia. It's tiny. I have it
Oh,
up.
go ahead. What?
The Luminary appeared as a playable character via DLC in Smash Bros. Yggdrasil
Mhm.
Altar is his related stage and comes with several music tracks from the series. In addition, a Luminary amiibo was released in 2020. A prequel to Dragon Quest XI starring Eric and Mia, Dragon Quest Treasures, was released in 2022. That is Dragon Quest XI's legacy. But I think that's underselling maybe, I wouldn't say the impact of this game, but like what the taste is that it's left. I think it just kind of misses the mark. Is granted, I appreciate the Smash Brothers crossover, but if I was to think, how is Dragon Quest XI remembered today? It's remembered for a couple reasons. One is as a lengthy RPG and one that stays true to its form, but other, like many people would, not many people, but annoying people on the internet would say is a relic of the past. One. Two, it, I would say, is Akira Toriyama's maybe most significant last pieces of work, as well as Koichi Sugiyama. Rest in peace to both. That's two. Three is as sort of like the magnum opus of Dragon Quest. Debatable, but it's definitely the most visually realized and developed of the series. I don't think you can deny how much stuff there is in Dragon Quest XI compared to any particular entry in the rest of the series. So that's three. And I think I'll stop there.
Yeah, I would say the lasting legacy for me, it's probably the best game I've played. Not old, like old retro, but the best newish game I've played in the last 10 years. Maybe even further than that. I love this game. I think to me, it's up there with the best RPGs ever. Um, that's just me. It's better. I enjoy it more than Final Fantasy 3, Chrono Trigger. Um, The Secret of Mana, Breath of Fire, and I love all those series. Lufia, I love that. All those classic games I love. But if you were to ask me replay one of those or Dragon Quest XI, even though I played Dragon Quest XI so many times, I'd probably replay Dragon Quest XI again.
Wow. Wasn't really what I was going for. I was just trying to introduce the next segment.
Oh, sorry.
But
My fault.
no, well, it's okay. But I think Dragon Quest XI is perhaps too safe. I think maybe that some of those reviews that we talked about earlier were true. I think in some ways it leans a little too heavily on like an anime kind of storytelling, where I don't think that's really what Dragon Quest is. It's more of like your own adventure is at your feet, and it doesn't always feel that way. It just feels like your hand is being held through most of it. I like it when it opens up, but god damn, it takes like 40 hours to get there. When it first came out, it was like it's my favorite, and then I got to play the definitive edition, and then it fell to second favorite behind 8, and now I look at it as probably top 3. I think I don't know. I have like a weird spot for 4, 5, and 6. I don't know which one. Just the style of all of them, I kind of admire. I don't even know which one I rate the highest out of those 3, but I don't know. 11 is tricky to place because it has some really good highs and then some really big lows. I don't know. That one's hard, but I think it's a great game. I just don't know where to put it in the Dragon Quest series. It's tricky.
You know, one of my biggest, I wouldn't say biggest regrets, but it is maybe a regret. When we had done that, like we had done a Q&A of like, which Dragon Quest do you recommend to newcomers? I think me, you, and Poppy all said 11. I think I'd take that back. I don't know if I recommend this to all newcomers, but like a specific type of newcomer who's like maybe looking for more of like an anime storyline. That's who I recommend this for. But when it comes to like what is the Dragon Quest experience, I think this one is jarring for how like different gameplay wise every act is, and just the sheer length of it being a huge ask. With Persona 5, like I think it works because it really is engaging throughout, whereas this one I think is not engaging, or it's very easy to be disengaged for so much of it. So I have issues with it in that way.
I think I would still recommend it to newcomers as just more polished, because I don't know if a lot of newcomers would be willing to go back to like an older style Dragon Quest.
That's the only thing I think too. A lot of kids, we got to realize, we're older. The kids now who are growing up in their 20s and stuff, they're not used to that old stuff, and they're going to want something a little more flashier. And I think this depends on the person, right? I guess.
Right. There's some people that, there's exceptions, but I think most people would look at like Dragon Quest 1 and be like, I ain't playing that, dude. And I'd be like, like you should, but it's understandable. I think maybe with the 3DS, the Dragon Quest 3, I'm interested to see what they do with that, which I did want to talk to you guys about. But
so yeah, it's hard to. I mean, even if it's not your favorite Dragon Quest, or it's the game you enjoy, but not as much as everybody else, it's still, you can see all the time it took. They did not half-ass this, or half-butt this game. Like,
don't swear.
They put a lot of work into it, whether if the story hits for you or not. And I understand completely. It's a little talky sometimes, more than Dragon Quest. I guess I can look past that just because I was having so much fun just going the skills, fighting the monsters. Just, I was invested. But Dragon Quest is like pizza. Like, bad pizza is still going to be decent.
All right, so some things that are on the horizon. We have Dragon Quest, the 2D HD remake coming out soon. I've heard a couple rumors. The first rumor is it's going to be at the Nintendo Direct. And the second rumor is that it's also going to be 1, 2, and 3. Do you guys have any thoughts about Dragon Quest remake? Anything you're hoping for it?
All rumors. Until we get the game, I'm not believing anything. I don't tend to follow rumors. Show the game to me,
Dragon
then I'll
Quest 3
believe it.
HD 2D was announced at one point.
It was correct,
Mhm.
but all this speculation, it's going to be shown at the direct. All this stuff, it's all rumors. You don't know. We don't
It
know. The
was,
only people who know is Ori.
3 years ago at this point, in 2021, it was announced.
Yeah, I think
for
it
an
was.
HD
Yeah,
2D game. So I don't know.
yeah.
There is question mark
I mean,
there.
there's.
You know,
It's valid. Like that would take too long. That would take. Why is 3 taking so long to remake an HD 2D? It would. I even thought. I thought, well, it's because they're doing the first 3, but they never announced that. They put like that up, and then they put like the Dragon Quest Day Erdrick
Yeah.
symbol up, but they didn't say anything the late date or if they're remaking all 3. That's just speculation for people to
Mhm.
say that. I think it's valid speculation, but until I actually see the game and see like it announced, I'm not holding my breath.
Brian, I've never gotten your opinion on this style. Would you be interested in all the Dragon Quests, or at least the first 3 in that 2D HD style?
Oh yeah, of course. I'd love to see Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 in this style or HD 2D. Either one. Give it.
Did you
I'd
ever
like
play
to see it in
Octopath
this.
Traveler?
Yeah, I love Octopath Traveler 1 and 2. Those are the only RPGs I've really played new other than Dragon Quest and those ones lately. So I don't have.
Did
I
you
can't
play
speak-
Bravely Default and Bravely Default
I
2?
did, but not a lot. I couldn't quite get into it. And it's the
Okay.
same developer, the same. What was his name? Asano, the guy who did Octopath. I forget the team's name, but
It's definitely the DNA's there.
yeah. But for some reason I just didn't play it a lot. But I loved Octopath Traveler, although it was very, very, very grindy. It
Well,
made it
I
very.
could
very,
tell that
very
you're
grindy.
okay with that from what we've
Yeah.
talked about earlier.
I just love the stories in that. But that's Octopath Traveler. But this is I just until I see the game, it's gonna be a nice surprise. Like when they announce something, if they do, I'll be like, oh yeah, I got something to look forward to. But I'm not looking forward to anything until it's concrete. Nothing.
Teddy, anything from you on? I know we've talked about the 3 remake before, but any new thoughts on it or anything?
I mean, I hadn't really fully thought about the concept of any of them in this engine, in the Dragon Quest XI engine, which I would love to see. And I think a more gameplay centric one, like one of those, like any of those first 3, would be awesome. And I don't know how much of an undertaking it would be. I just don't want, and we can talk about the future of the series, and like, I just don't want 11 to be necessarily the standard. I would want to see like more deviation from like the storytelling component, because look at what you
I
could
don't think 11 is
accomplish, you know.
going to be. Yeah, I think 11 was they wanted to go back to the past, reference for all this good stuff, make a more story based one. I think the next one, they're from what I hear, 12. It's still in development, still going well from what Hori said, or it's had some snags with Enix's recent problems. But I think they're going to tweak the battle system. It's still going to be turn based, but they're going to add something different, and it's going to be a more darker story, which you can take that either way. So I don't think they get rid of the whimsy and charm of Dragon Quest, the funny puns, but maybe they change it up so there's a darker tone to the hero, what happens to him. But I don't know how dark, because this game got dark in places. I don't imagine. It's how they speak about darker that gets me concerned. But
Yeah, I'm hesitant if what they mean by dark is edgy.
yeah,
Like
Which
I don't need Dragon Quest to be edgy.
yeah, I want it to stay funny, whimsical, not take itself serious. Oh, it does sometimes, but usually it's like you're fighting a giant big lip lizard that licks you. Like that's funny. Or you're fighting a giant drooling bear. Like
Mhm.
it's like just
I get concerned that their drive to explore America as a market is going to be too strong to resist, because I feel like they've resisted it for a long time, but I mean, for lack of a better term, the old
Yeah.
guard is kind of dying out. So
well, yeah. Games are taking more money to make. If they want to up this one, they're going to have to spend a lot of time, and if they want to sell, they're going to have to branch out to other territories to sell more than what's in Japan. So maybe they could go for more mass appeal, which I hope they don't. I don't want to see an action RPG Dragon Quest. Like, I'd rather it stay turn-based. it's all not up to me. It's up to Hori. I don't think he'd ever do that. I don't know the guy. I'm not speaking like I know the guy, but it seems like just from the other games, he's pretty much stuck with what he likes. So we'll see. It'll be very interesting to see how Dragon Quest comes, especially now with Akira Toriyama and Koichi Sugiyama gone. How that affects Hori. Because I don't know if he was close to them at all.
He wasn't that close. I had read stuff and I thought I put it in the archive thing, but I didn't. But I had, in my reading for this episode, I'd read that they'd never even been in the same room together ever until making this game.
Yeah, so that might not have anything. But I mean, when Dragon Quest 6 came out, I think the developer of Chunsoft stopped making the games, so they had to switch over to Heartbeat or somebody to do Dragon Quest 6. I forget who. Or Art Piazza or some company did it, but
Heartbeat did 6 and then 7.
Yeah. Okay, well, like the one guy who was from Chunsoft left then, and he was real close to Hori because he worked on with them since 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I think if it survived that, it'll be fine. And like you said, he wasn't in the same room as those two, so.
Well, the three together hadn't been. He said he usually gets together with Akira Toriyama like before the game, and they'll hang out for like a day or something like that. And then he did it the same with like Sugiyama, but the three of them had never even been in the same room until this game before.
Okay.
So they couldn't be like that close. If
yeah. But I'm just thinking more in your life, as you get older, and you guys understand this, you start to think about things differently. I mean, Hori's not a young man anymore. He still wears those cool, awesome spectacles all the time, but you start to think about things differently, and maybe this makes him think about his mortality and stuff, and maybe he wants to change something, or keep it the same. I just don't know. It's up in the air. It'll be interesting to see. But if you put a gun to my head, or if you ask me, I'd pretty much say he's not going to stray from what's been successful for him.
No, and the thing is too, I mean, I hate to say this, and I don't mean to like sound like I'm diminishing anything any of them have done, but you shared a clip in your Discord of like the Tokyo Symphonic Orchestra playing Dragon Quest music. Yeah. It's not like that can't be done without Sugiyama. Akira Toriyama's art style is well known, well studied. It's not like they can't make Dragon Quest without it, in my opinion, even though everyone has been made with it up to this point. I'm sure there are disciples, people who Toriyama has mentored, where he's worked as more of a directorial role. So I think that there's still a future in terms of style. I guess, and when it comes to Hori and the screenplay and like what does he want like to create out of the Dragon Quest story, clearly he does still have it. Like I do think, although it's excessive in 11S especially, it's strong, it's fabled, it's there's a lot of good components to it. The darker tone, I mean, I don't know, I agree with the whimsical nature. I don't think he would sacrifice the core. He's held onto it very clearly in terms of identity for this game. They didn't make it open world. They made it linear so it could stick to a storyline. And I was reading earlier that the reason that it's not open world is because when it's open world, it's harder to keep the flow of the story. He said that in some interview. Right, so it's much easier to keep it tied down to one core storyline if you're going town to town and going that way.
Which to me means lazy, but I suppose a nice way of saying it is that.
Sure. Yeah,
because there's plenty of open world games that can do it.
It's just a different way of telling a story that he's not used to, so why fix what ain't broken?
The only open world game I ever played was Breath of the Wild, and that game's story was not great.
Well, no,
so I don't know.
Talking about Breath of the Wild for the story, though, I think that's
it's more the gameplay, which it's kind of like Dragon Quest. It has good story beats, like little vignettes of fairy tales and stuff. It can get dark, like in 6 when that Mr. Barkington gets poisoned by that lady. Or like, there's some cool story.
I like that you say it can get dark and then say Mr. Barkington, but all right.
But like, lots of bits like that. Cause it can be dark. I just don't think Hori's gonna go all edgy. I don't think Hori's that kind of person to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
And who knows? It was just
so many
it was
people-
a gossipy thing. Like it's just something said and
Yeah.
oh, what would you like to do with Dragon Quest 12? Oh, we'd like to make it dark. Okay, great. So and
Yeah,
people
yeah,
say-
you're
I
right.
don't
It's just
know.
hearsay.
People.
Everybody takes
people-
everything so literally, seriously. People change their minds, you know. People, you know. I could wake up tomorrow and have instead of oatmeal, I could go crazy and have honey bunches of oats or something. You know, that's a mind change. You know.
Mhm. I think
was a
I
joke,
just
sorry.
want if we're talking a Dragon Quest 12, I want a Dragon Quest 12 to be more balanced throughout the whole game, so that
Mhm.
like I feel challenged from a core game, whatever it is, from start to finish.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, this game has problems, but I guess I'm willing to look past them because I like the rest of the game so much. I mean, the story being so story centric is a problem for some people. I understand that, and the lack of openness where it doesn't feel too close, but you can tell if you played other Dragon Quests.
Mhm.
But it's still a very, very top tier game. I can't like I said, it's one of the best I've played RPGs I played, but I haven't played newer RPGs, so I'll take that with a grain of salt. Just Octopath Traveler and this. That's
One of the
probably
best
newest stuff.
RPGs he's ever played. Octopath Traveler and this. That's a great way to.
Oh, no. I wouldn't put Octopath Traveler as I enjoyed Octopath Traveler,
That's
but
a
I would
great-
not replay Octopath Traveler as much as this.
That's a great way to end the Dragon Quest XI archive. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Teddy, a pleasure as always.
Thank you, Spencer.
Oh, okay. I can't see the Discord right now. I'm looking at notes and stuff. So.
Oh, I did like a little
Uh,
bow out. That's all I got.
I'm like, hopefully he's there. And then Brian, thank you so much for joining. Your insight is appreciated as always.
Is that what you call this now? Insight? No, I'd say thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me on talk about Dragon Quest. I'm honored to be on RPG Archive. I've been on Button Mappers a few times, but this is the first for me. So thank you very much. I've enjoyed it. And looking at the screen now, the Dragon Quest logo, I can see the throwback that you were talking about earlier. The dragon flipped.
Dragon Quest 1, yeah.
You could say it's an echo back to an elusive age.
Echo, ooh, bringing it back around.
I suppose you could. And I would echo
But
your
was this the
sentiment.
definitive Dragon Quest for you? Only you can tell by playing
That's
the game.
true. Anyway, thanks so much for joining, and I guess we can consider Dragon Quest XI officially archived. Thanks for watching.